Police say a suspect is in custody. No other details yet. For the first time, a member of the Proud Boys far-right group is pleading guilty to a charge of seditious conspiracy over the Capitol riot. Jeremy Bertino of North Carolina could face years in prison. A new state gun law that in part limits where people can carry firearms in New York is now partially blocked.
The chief U.S. District Court judge in Syracuse, Glenn Sotheby, issued the ruling which halts enforcement of so-called gun-free zones. 6 New York residents, members of the Gun Owners of America, filed the suit. The group plans a more complete challenge of the law, which also requires prospective gun owners to provide social media information prior to any permits being issued.
Fox's Gernal Scott. State lawmakers passed the new law after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the state's century-old concealed carry statute. A sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow down 347 at the closing bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Victim Advocates Reaching Out is celebrating its 40th anniversary by hosting its inaugural Purple Gala on October 15 at 6 p.m. in the Nico Hotel. Vero is a nonprofit that assists victims of domestic abuse, rape, and traumatic events. Proceeds from the event will benefit victim services like emergency shelter, food, clothing, and necessities. Tickets are $100 each. Call 477-5552 to purchase or make a donation. Special thank you to our generous supporters and the stations of choice broadcasting.
Investigators in California say they're getting about 100 tips a day from across the country in the search for a serial killer.
Stockton police say the FBI is working on an investigation that's linked 5 fatal shootings in the area to 2 shootings last year, noting a suspect seen on surveillance video has an awkward stride and is between 5'10" and 6 feet tall.
If you have any information that can lead to the arrest of the individual or individuals that are responsible for these senseless acts of violence, now's the time.
Stockton Mayor Kevin Lincoln tells Oakland's Fox 2 News there's a $125,000 cash reward for information that leads to an arrest. Officials say 4 of the 5 men killed were Latino, adding ballistics show links to an Oakland man shot and killed last April and a homeless woman in Stockton who survived being shot at by a masked man.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. There's a standoff today at a hotel in suburban Detroit involving a gunman and police after reports of gunfire led to evacuations and lockdowns in a popular dining and shopping area. One person taken to a hospital. No details on those injuries as police negotiate with that gunman at the hotel. A fake German heiress is granted release from prison with a catch.
Anna Sorokin freed from prison but banned from social media. An immigration judge saying this week the 31-year-old Russian-born con artist chronicled in Netflix's Inventing Anna can fight her deportation proceedings from home confinement after posting $10,000 bail and spending 17 months behind bars in an Orange County, New York jail, as long as she stays off Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Sorokin duped New York socialites and investors by pretending she was a wealthy heiress named Anna Delvey and served 4 years in prison for the scheme. She was released in 2021 before being rearrested by immigration officials for overstaying her visa. Gianna Gelosi, Fox News.
Fox News just confirming that Nebraska Republican Senator Ben Sasse plans to resign from the Senate in December. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Wow, man.
You okay there?
Yeah.
What
I don't know.
happened?
I really don't know.
I can't do it without the song.
Do we have to reboot anything?
It's time for the weather. Half a day and good morning.
It's not Monday. What is this? It's Friday.
He checked out yesterday.
All right, got you. All right. Well, let's try it anyway. It was not the right theme music, but we got the right lady doing the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Donna D at 6 o'clock.
It's 6:06 on Friday, October 7. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. More Chinese nationals were seen coming into Guam. Law enforcement responded and intercepted 9 of them after a fisherman saw something in the water near the cliff by Yoji getting too close to the reef. Ernest John Kenga says he was at the beach in Pago Bay around 1:45 early yesterday morning when he saw people coming ashore. Kenga says he's familiar with the fishermen and the boats in the area, and although he had his suspicions, he was worried the people on the boat could get stranded and possibly hurt. He turned on his spotlight, signaling to the boaters that it was safe to come ashore, but the boat went to the other side of the beach. Half an hour later, Kenga says he saw the silhouettes of people coming onto shore. Investigators believe they were dropped there early that morning. The group was brought to Guam Customs for questioning. Customs Director Ike Pareto says he suspects the people arriving are making contact with someone on island, but didn't elaborate further on the details of the task force's ongoing investigations. The public is encouraged to report suspicious activity to Customs at 642-8071 or GPD at 475-8615. And a police officer testified yesterday that former GPD Lieutenant Jojo Templo Garcia acted out of control during a confrontation with a neighbor in November of 2021. Although Garcia was his superior, Officer Jason Young says he didn't have any unpleasant encounters with Garcia, but they didn't interact much. On Wednesday, Garcia's neighbor testified about a fight between Garcia and a female neighbor that night last November. Young was one of the officers there that night. He and another officer responded to a call from Garcia about a suspicious vehicle in his neighborhood. Young says the precinct was accustomed to Garcia calling 2 or 3 times a day from his police-issued radio regarding suspicious activity. When they arrived, Young says Garcia was upset, yelling expletives at the people behind them. Then Garcia pulled out his pistol. Young testified that Garcia started pointing his gun toward the neighbor. Garcia is facing charges of terrorizing, reckless conduct, and official misconduct. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
3 gubernatorial forums have either had to change the structure of their planned events or decided to cancel them altogether following word from the Camacho Data campaign that the candidates planned not to attend. Breakfast with the candidates, part of a series of discussions hosted by the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, will proceed without the full participation of those invited. Women's Chamber Executive Director Alex Leddy says the chamber has decided to proceed with the event, which has confirmed participation from the Leon Guerrero Tenorio team and congressional candidate Senator Jim Moylan and former Speaker Judy Wonpat. Letty says the format of the forum was designed to be a Q&A to provide an informative conversation to voters and minimize negative political speech. No rebuttals are allowed. She adds that the door remains open for the Republican gubernatorial team to join if its members change their minds. UOG's Chamorro Forum was to address topics such as sustainability, the military buildup, political decolonization, and cultural and language revitalization, but it has been canceled. For the forum organized jointly by local media outlets, Camacho Ada campaign chairperson Jerry Crisostomo says conditions that showed less bias towards the incumbent team would secure their attendance. Meanwhile, some sections of the FB Leon Guerrero Middle School campus in Jigo have been condemned. GDOE Acting Superintendent Francis Santos says the decision comes a little over a month after chunks of concrete ceiling fell to the ground after an earthquake rattled the island. Although planning is in the preliminary stages, Santos confirms that the middle school campus will shut down entirely in the future. He adds that temporarily closing down the campus will allow restoration efforts to begin. No final decision has been made as to where the FBLG students will be housed, but there are some campuses being eyed. FB will be the second school to be shut down due to recent safety concerns. And those are your top stories on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Well, I was just trying to go through that story here as I was looking at it. You know what it's lacking? A nickname. There needs to be. I don't know for that area where the spalling concrete is falling up.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking the hallway of horror or something like that, but it didn't. It didn't have a good ring to it. Hallway of horror. I mean, it might work, but it just didn't have a ring. Didn't have the same ring as like the Murder Mile.
Oh
would have.
yeah. Wow. Ray.
But yeah. That's where man's at this morning.
It's Friday, man. Come on.
Well, I'm not frowning. Am I making a face? Look at me. I'm smiling. I'm happy to be here. This is. Pika's best. Did you get your vote in?
Pikaroo.
Pikachu. It's 6:12 in the morning. Here it comes the weather. Mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs today should be about 88 degrees. I was looking at the stars again this morning. Didn't see any clouds up in the sky. And you're going, that's because it's dark, Ray. No. If there were clouds out there, I wouldn't be able to see as many stars as I did. So a gorgeous morning already. Northwest winds up to about 7 miles an hour today. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92. I'm so glad the aircon Kuya came to the house. He was right. It's Arctic, man. It's like the old Pedro's ice plant. Partly cloudy in the forecast tonight with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. There's mostly sunny in the forecast for Saturday. Partly sunny on Sunday, and then it moves into mostly cloudy on Sunday night. But I don't care. I'm just going to be hanging on the beach till sunset. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:07. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
Half a day, Guam. Dr. Bob and the team at Guam Pet Hospital humbly ask for your vote in the annual Pika's Best veterinary category. You can vote every day at guampdn.com. We pride ourselves on honesty, integrity, and client education. Our advanced pet care includes a full in-house digital laboratory, digital x-rays, cancer screening, soft tissue surgery, orthopedic surgery, and an intensive care unit for the emergencies. Please vote Guam Pet Hospital for Pika's Best Veterinary, because your pets deserve the best.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you.
Doing it. Hey, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, also brought to you by the guys over at NutraWays. Reading up yesterday in between jury duty things about how wellness is becoming such an important factor in a lot of people's lives, a lot of different ways that you look at it and different ways that you can be healthy. And the guys over at NutraWays have a bunch of those different ways to do that. There's all kinds of, maybe even help you sleep better. Find them on the second floor of the Daily Plaza building in Dedito. The number's 864-7867.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
in thought, studying the issues. That's where you might have found me here in the program, or basically just looking to see if there's any hot actresses that are having birthdays today, so I can get those pictures up on the screen. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you on. It's a Friday. It's Friday morning. Are you feeling it? Have you ramped? Have you emotionally grasped the concept that we are dead into a weekend? And for many of us, who knows, could be starting as early as about 12 o'clock this afternoon before it gets time to go and play hooky and do all of that stuff. Lots of work to get to, and there seems to be some going on right now where Real Joe, in fact, is getting the phone. Isn't that, he doesn't just get the phone. He's actually on the phone right now. And you can call him at 888-8255. And if you say groovy things to him, he will send you all the way to the part of the technology where I can put you on the air and find out what your big deals are here today. Donna D is in the studio, and he's going to be taking care of news and headlines for us all morning long, an actual full broadcast day today. I did my time yesterday in the criminal justice system with the judiciary of Guam. And Donna D's big question is...
Yes. What was your breakfast yesterday?
All right, so yesterday I walked in at the crack of 8:35 or 8:40 or something like that, and put my hands on a ham and cheese sandwich. It was just a regular old made it that it didn't even
right at the crack.
Huh? What? The crack of 8? Oh, it's a joke. They say the
was
crack
it
of
cut
dawn.
this way or like
A diagonal cut. That's which is the way you're supposed to cut sandwiches, ladies and gentlemen. So there was that. There was the Chamorro donuts. The sugar donuts. Yeah, right. Where you hold the thing in your hand and you can feel the sugar actually going through you're absorbing the sugar by osmosis into your fingers.
Homemade or did they buy it from that?
I think they bought it from someplace. Maybe
that place. I forgot the name. What's the name of that place?
Next to my grandma's house, Boulevard.
I want to say
it's across some Main Street.
Main Street. Could have been from there. Could have been from there.
That's good stuff.
It is good. I've stood in line. I've stood in line at Main Street to get those donuts.
You'll have to.
Well, it was because my daughter, she's like,
this is crazy.
It was one of those days. She says, well, we got to go get these the donuts. I said, okay. And we get there, and there's a line of people, and we'll finally get to the line, and I say, okay, what are we getting? It's like the one product they got, right? And you go, okay, you're getting that, and we had like 2 apiece, and there it was. There's just a slice of heaven, a slice of happy. You know what I mean? So there was that, but somebody else brought, and this is how you know that there is love floating around in Jury Panel J. That there is love. There's somebody brought a big old box of malasadas.
Oh wow!
I don't know where they got it from. I don't know who brought it, and so I don't know where they got the thing from. I mean, never mind crime and punishment and listening to all of the stories of druggies and CSCs and all of that stuff. It's the big question was, where did this box of malasadas come from? And it was another one of those. So whoever's in charge of cleaning the jury place.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. There's sugar everywhere. We've got there's sugar and cinnamon. It's just all over the place here. Breadcrumbs from the thing. But you know what I found out? So I'm sure there's somebody like a presiding judge or something that is overarching over all of this stuff. But once you get past a little bit of the formalities of being in the grand jury, there's pretty much zero adult supervision. I mean, even the guy from the Attorney General's office, feels like he's part of the gang. So I pondered yesterday, and I was looking for somebody to say no, but I couldn't find anybody. So here's the thing, and I was talking about it yesterday. I leave here and go there, so it's not like I've got time to go and stop by any place. But I was talking with some people over at the grand jury, and they said they didn't see a problem with us ordering pizza.
Oh,
and having just
what?
Yeah, just calling like the Grub or Grabbing whatever or whoever they are, calling them up and saying, hey, can you bring in like 8 boxes of pizza and some chicken wings? And I'm not going to ask for beer, but if you sell it, then I'd like you to get some of that stuff as well. So if you hear that certain jury pool has been punished for something. I'm gonna add an extra week.
I want to try jury duty now.
Jury duty. Yeah, it sounds like
you make it interesting, man.
Well, it was. We had a couple. Well, to the degree I can talk about them, we're getting really, really good at it because we had a couple of cases where we started the conversation, and then literally 13 minutes later, we were turning in our true bills. It's like, yeah, just bang, send him to the court. Send him. You make Art Barcenas. Handle this case here. But anyway, I digress. It was another fantastic day over at jury duty. But I would far rather prefer to be here with you. So I'm absolutely delighted that I get to spend Friday morning with you. Lots of stuff on the table of contents that we'll get around to. Some really, really interesting stories that Donna has taken care of that we will go over again in headlines and other newscasts. In the meantime, let's bring these guys in because near as I can tell, all the people that are chiming in this morning are not Chinese spies.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Well, that I know of, there's no Chinese spies on the Facebook side. I'll check the YouTube side as well a little bit later on. I do it now. Francis Solis online over on that side. Who's your Big Daddy 06 and Biba Bitness? JW, no frowny faces. That's absolutely right. And I got somebody, Doink. Doink is the thing. Asking, what is this crap? Who is this Big Mouth? LOL. Hey,
Welcome to the show.
Hey, man, don't trample on my First Amendment rights or I'll bring Trump back, okay? 888-825-5888-TALK. And, oh, crap, did I just do something? Wait a second.
Like and share.
Hold on a second. This is going to be weird because I got to restart the app on the phone. It's a peculiarity with that I've discovered with the latest iOS. For Windows is if I'm looking at something for a long time in vertical mode, it stays there. So I was holding the phone in such a way that it thought I wanted to see things in vertical, and when it does that on the Facebook thing, then it makes it so I absolutely lose the screen that I was thinking about reading from just a minute ago. All right, we're going to have to do it this way. I got Ismael Velez on the laptop chiming in at number one. Big man Rico Blankenfleur. There's Benito Tao on the thing here. Bill Petit saying buenas to his Point family. Brad Wood going, hi. Ismael Velez, here we are. We worked hard all week just to get to the weekend. Speak for yourself. They got Tim Zediger saying, yeah, it's Friday. Good morning. Now, I'm not quiet quitting. Are you quiet quitting? I'm not quiet quitting. How about you, Donna? Never mind. Charles Cross saying half a day and Magundan Umaga to the Point family. Tony Uggan, hi everything. How are you to find out? Well, we're all very, very good today. My bro Dennis Larson's online. Good morning, Ray, RJC, and Double D. Vote every day at Pika's Best for Ray Gibson and The Point. Thanks for the reminder off Henry Manglotnya saying good morning to the entire Point family. That's us and you. MT Farron is online. Every day is Friday, says Dennis Larson. I love this. Christine Oliver chiming in saying, good morning, Guam. Much love from the Christine Oliver. Taking a cue from the Ray Gibson. Let me see. Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas is there. Hey, look, Jay Rojas is online.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
The sweetness is working here this morning. Happy birthday, Donna D, says Jay. Jerome McDonald, buenos dias. Ray, Donna D, Real Joe, Jerry, happy Friday, guys. Frank Menno, that's Abiba over there. Keenan McCausland, and a bunch of other folks that are hanging out here. I might have missed some names. I've got everything restarted on the handheld, but this is going to be end up being a short list. Ed Massey is online. So is Peter Santos, who says, sorry, Ray. Your work will end up in vain because they are dismissing cases because there's not enough prosecutors. Two of them asked us at the APD if they can come over. What?
That's the attitude.
There you go. Yeah. So they don't have enough.
That's what we needed this morning, man.
They don't have enough prosecutors to begin with, and now a couple of them are raising the white flag, saying, "Private sector, I need to get out of. Need to get out of this thing." I may have. Yeah, I think I do. I may have in the pile of things that I printed out a note from a fella. It did not leave a name. Did not leave a name as much as it's a handle. Sent through Proton Mail, secure mail. I'll never find out who Deep.Throat671 is. I'll never find out who it is because they're using an email service that has hacker-proof cloaking devices. He says, or she, I don't know. It says, I'm a retired federal employee and current Gov Guam employee, so it would not be good for me to identify myself. The attached non-political signs were erected yesterday afternoon and quickly taken down this afternoon by Public Works. The other attached Albert Tova's political sign was in the same location in 2018, but it was never taken down. This bothers me because the sign is raising awareness of Guam's current drug-related crime problems, but likely irked someone very powerful to have Public Works take the signs down in less than 24 hours of being erected. It would be interesting to read how the Public Works learned of the crime signage, who complained, and how fast a Public Works crew was deployed just to remove a freedom of speech sign that raises awareness about Guam's crime-related problems.
Oh, man.
I mean, there's a ton of signs out there, and many of them likewise might not be in the perfect prescribed by law locations, and I'll bet you nobody's doing anything about those. But you put up a sign that is critical of the Attorney General's office, calling for new leadership in the Attorney General's office, and all of a sudden, we got to take them down. Stop. Right away, sir.
Yes.
Vince, somebody growling at Vince Sariola over at the Department of Public Works.
Get the voice.
You need to take that thing down.
Responsible that erection.
And Vince, can I ask if I'm humbly asking, can I have the woods? I need that for shutters.
You need the woods.
I need the woods. If you could give me the woods, that would be nice. Beautiful Sarita Garin online here this morning. Peter says, we just hired, this is Peter Santos again. Write-in candidate for the Attorney General's office, says, we just hired 2 off-island attorneys. Attorney General can't seem to be able to do that, but we can surely do it. Jose Tetpago, Chinese illegals can walk up freely. So much for being the tip of the spear. Jose, I'm absolutely with you. I'm absolutely with you on this. There needs to be a major, the speed with which they took those signs down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the speed with which they got to get this workforce. I mean, so what is it? The guy down in Pago Bay that saw something and eventually got around to saying something. Very, very interesting the way these people are just, and I'm wondering how many were missing. I mean, for the 9 that they found yesterday, and maybe the only reason why we found them is because they took a wrong turn at Retidian. Is it possible that there are more coming through here?
There's more.
Francis Duffy. And the question is, are the women of marrying age? That's
yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If there are, check with Cousin Troy if we get a chance to see if there's any pictures of them. Remember, like the one that was kind of sort of hot in the last round?
Yes, right.
Asking for a friend.
She needs a visa.
Asking for a friend.
Fiance visa.
Exactly. Francis Duffy's online. Johnny Utah is there. We got to do a shout to Johnny Utah, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, as I was editorializing about another lack of real action around here, we've got the North Koreans that on Tuesday happily proved to the world that the United States of America, as in Guam, is well within their ability to strike from North Korea with scary-sounding missile names like the Hwasong-12. And am I the only one that seems to be taking this? Am I the only one that seems concerned about this?
Yes.
Because, yes, thank you. Get the JIC releases. Well, it posed no threat to Guam. What do you mean it posed no threat to Guam? It could have hit Guam and gone another 1,000 kilometers. What do you mean there's no threat to Guam? Of course it's a threat. They can now reach out and touch us. We're just not hearing from the right sources. Do me a favor, hit up some prepper websites on things that you need. Go bags and weapons and how to make beef jerky and hardtack that will last 50 years. You know what I mean? Because when the bright flash comes and the planes stop coming and the ships stop coming, it's every man and woman for themselves. We'll all be fighting each other for the roosters.
All genders.
Yeah. All genders, yes. LGBTQ plus. Just throw that in there. But now, as I'm talking about this yesterday, the Norks, as that's short for North Koreans, the Norks sent up a couple more missiles. And you know who my source was? A guy in Utah. A guy in Utah got the information to us before anybody else at the JIC or the high command around here. That's how spooky it is. We're not even looking. And I don't know whether we got the radar screens or whatever, but somebody over at the governor's office, Homeland Security and Civil Defense need to be working on this. I got Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, Brad's Dare, Frank Mendo, Patrick A. and Martha Toves. Good morning to Josephine Bloss. Good to have you online. Jason Dinkle is there. Hey, Friday, says Ken Augustin, Bill Petit, and let me see, Pam Duvall. This in response to who was it that took down the signs? The same dipstick that put stop signs on the back road that are now starting to fill up. The hot sister of the program, Hot Chicks from the back road, Pam Duvall is online. Dennis Larson. The Chinese have been running this island for a long time. You know what, Dennis? Good point. Thank you very much. Good point.
Some walnut shrimp.
John Marcinus, not walnut shrimp. Salt, pepper, fried shrimp.
Salt and pepper.
All right, and you just eat the whole thing. My brother taught me.
The shells and all, the legs.
Yep.
Oh my God, Ray.
You didn't know that. You didn't know you could eat them.
Oh,
you get those things fried up right, and you don't even bother taking them out. It's like, I mean, you chew your fingernails, right? Same thing. We got Post Canteen. This is the most important announcement that I will make all morning long. But keep listening anyway. Post Canteen, that's the guys up at the VFW in Gigo, reminding me that the jackpot tonight starts at $2,066. Almost $3,000 worth of a jackpot here that you might be able to win. I have no idea how many more cards you got up on the wall, but that's the deal. 7 o'clock tonight. It starts at 2,066, but as more people come in and buy tickets for a chance for the drawing, that number is going to be going up. So it could be significantly higher than that. Jose Martinez says governor's office is too busy writing whiny press releases about the Camacho ADA team ghosting them. Yeah, to pay any attention to, I don't know.
Ghosting, huh?
Homeland Security. The butthurt is deep, bro. Oh, my God. Phil Leon Guerrero wrote a full-page story in today's Guam Daily Post. And the people behind the Chamorro debate are in the editorial, and they're come on, Joanna doesn't like us. Yeah, the butthurt is very, very deep on that. Marie Babauta Balbin is watching the program. If the Admiral and the Governor leave island at the same time, then start worrying. Where Ken Augustin and a bunch of other people hanging out. So thanks for the participation already here this morning. Something you need is, as I said, the numbers are 888-825-5888-TALK. I see my hair and have made the appointment with Ashley Haircut over at Rosie Rouge.
Thank God. I mean,
well, I've asked.
It's about time.
Sorry, I've asked for an appointment with Ashley Haircut over at Rosie Rouge. She has not responded to it because it's 6 o'clock in the morning. It's probably why she hasn't responded to it. But I'll let you know when all of that's going to be happening. It's a Ray thing. It's a Ray thing. I don't like going to the doctors. I don't like sitting down for haircuts. I much prefer that somebody come by the radio station, put the Flow-V on me, and take care of it that way. 6:33. Lots and lots to get to on the table of contents. Some of which I've already talked about. The other very, very important thing that I feel if I don't mention, somebody's going to say that I just don't care about my guy buddies. But today, in the National Football League, Friday game for Guam, it's the Battle of the Horsies. We have the Colts taking on the Broncos at the GTA field. I don't know if it's the GTA field. I don't know. I don't know where the hell they're playing. But 10:15 this morning.
Get them, boys.
It's going to be the battle of the horses. Colts and the Broncos. I don't know who loves who. I mean, I know one or two like full blown Broncos fans.
Yeah.
That's it. Just like one or two of them.
Couple.
Yeah, maybe they hang out over at Applebee's or VFW or Legion or something like that. 6:34 Ray Gibson Show. Tell you what. Let me jump into some news and headlines with Donna D. Find out what the heck is going on around here and where we're going to be going for the rest of the day in terms of interesting stories. Hugh was able to scratch a few together. Donna D., what happened?
Teason High School was placed under shelter in place early yesterday morning due to an irate student on campus. School administrators contacted GPD to handle and de-escalate the situation. GDOE spokesperson Michelle Franquez says police took the student into custody. She says only the irate student was hurt because the student was punching doors in the campus. The shelter in place was lifted around 8:30. No other students or staff were hurt. And family violence is still on the rise, and residents are wearing purple to commemorate Family Violence Awareness Month. Over 1,200 family violence-related cases were reported last year, which is an alarming increase from the nearly 900 reports in 2017. The Guam Coalition has a conference coming up on the 18th through the 20th of this month. They will also be hosting a community job fair on the 22nd. More information can be found on their website, guamcoalition.org. Meanwhile, the Joint Region Marianas Fire and Emergency Services is inviting residents to their open house tomorrow to kick off Fire Prevention Week festivities, one of their first big events since the pandemic. This year's Fire Prevention Week marks 100 years since its inception. The open house is tomorrow from 11 to 3 at Station 5, located beside Navy Federal Credit Union, and will have family-friendly activities. A military ID is not required to enter. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Well, thanks very much. 6:36 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Other comments that folks are making this morning. Joy and Pinko online. Tim Zedeker is there. Hey, Bill Windham, good to see you. And Joe Jerry and Harvey Egna with an interesting point. 1942, it was a Coast Guardsman on beach patrol on Long Island that observed German spies coming ashore from a U-boat. They were later tracked down and hung.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So that's how they dealt with it back then.
Yeah.
That's how they dealt with it back then. My guess is these guys are probably sitting in air-conditioned comfort, gave them a cell phone, 3 hot meals, and, hots in a cot, and they're going to be happy for as long as it takes for us to figure out what we are going to do with them. Send them back to Saipan?
No.
Maybe they can. I don't know. It's,
Shanghai.
I don't know. I'm not, frankly,
straight to Shanghai, Ray.
City of the future, city of dreams. But I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the front page of today's Guam Daily Post, and there's some pictures of them, and I'm going, yeah, look like military age to me.
Yeah.
Do you think they feel like they're businessmen or something, or tourists that just got off the wrong track? There's more to this, and maybe more serious people need to be taking a look at it. Anyway, 6:37, Ray Gibson Show will continue after these.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title. A power of attorney can be a useful tool in a real estate transaction, but if abused, it can result in devastating loss. Choosing your representative should be done with the utmost care and should be very specific about the powers being granted. To mitigate loss, the team at Security Title confirms with the owner prior to using a power of attorney to sell the property. Each transaction is unique. Let the professionals at Security Title use our experience to facilitate a secure closing. We are here to help.
Okay, let's take a look at what's going on Guam's roadways here. Let me see if I can stick this map up and get an update. Hold on. It's telling me I got to reload. It must be Friday morning. Okay, hit the button where it says reload and see if there's new information on what's happening on the roads here. Are there? Nah, not a whole lot's quiet up there. Up in Jigo, not a whole lot happening at the main gate, the front gate, the whatever. Is there a name? The arc light. That's what it's called, right? The Arc Light Gate?
The Covenant of the Arc Light.
The Covenant of the Arc Church Light. Let me see. Not a whole lot happening up in the upper Datadu area. Maybe some traffic over by Ukadu. Adakau starting to build up on the back road to Anderson. So expect some delays as it gets closer and closer to drive time. Route 16 looking pretty. 8, 10, and 16 very, very pretty. Nothing major on Route 8 into town. 4 is run clear all the way into the downtown downtown Gunya area. It's a good time to get out driving. A lot of people might be hungover from Thirsty Thursday functions last night, so watch out for them. Drive defensively. And the intersection of 1 and 2 down at Big Navy looks like it's starting to run very, very clear. It looks good there right now, so it might be a great time to get in there. 20 away from 7. I'll be right back.
Siduos Maasi Guam for 40 amazing years of support for the UOG Endowment Foundation. Through your generous contributions, we have been able to award many student scholarships, help fund college programs, and facilitate capital improvement projects at the University of Guam. As we celebrate this milestone occasion, we look forward to your continued partnership and many more years of collaboration with our island community. Viva UOG Endowment Foundation.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Okay, portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. Have you looked at a Nissan lately? Has this caught your eye? The 2022 Versa, 35 miles to the gallon combined. Great looking exterior design, awesome inside parts, and ultra safe. You can get this thing now for 2.99% APR, or... and I'm urging you to take this or offer, because I got a feeling that we're going to see some crazy things happening with the price of oil and gasoline, up to $1,000 in free gas. This is an incredible deal. Get yours today at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
$18 away from 7 o'clock Friday morning, and happy birthday to despot Vladimir Putin.
Oh, happy birthday, Vlad.
Isn't that amazing? Vladimir Putin turned 70 years old today. How about that? The premier of what wants to rebuild now the old Soviet Union, waging war
Build back better
against the comedians in Ukraine. And to him, we say happy birthday. Now, there's another name of somebody that's got a birthday today, and every time I see her, I roll my eyes. There's just this sense of, oh my God, would you shut up? Joey Behar from The View is 80. Oh God, from The View.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is 80.
Just got heartburn.
Yeah. So I mean, if you had to decide whose birthday party you wanted to go to, would you go to Joey Behar's birthday or would you go to Putin's birthday? And I gotta say, I'd go to Putin's birthday. I'd get some of that good cheap Russian oil while I was there as well. You see, it's one of the stories I think the Philippines is trying to put together a deal to get some Russian oil, which may actually help with their economy and their recovery from COVID. Anyway, 6:43 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. As I said, it says Customs, 9 more suspected of illegal boat arrival into Guam. 9 Chinese nationals were seen coming from the reef in Pago Bay early Thursday morning, prompting local law enforcement to respond and intercept them. And then it goes on to talk about the brave and heroic people in the multi-agency task force, et cetera, where they're taking these guys into custody and questioning them and doing all of that stuff. So what is the story? Where did they come from? Why are they here? Big trouble in Little Guam. And I'm sitting there going, when is somebody going to put 2 and 2 together? Because in my mind, are they refugees? Have they gone somewhere and asked for asylum? Or are they actually Chinese spies? And it wouldn't surprise me if they were the latter. And it raises the question now, what would Doug do? What would Doug Moylan do here? Unfortunately,
I got the bracelet, Ray.
I've got him online, former Attorney General and candidate Doug Moylan. Got some earned media here because of a post that he put up on Facebook this morning in reference to this story. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ray. I'm not at that level, but I'm one of the fighters.
Okay, gotcha. I got to ask, because you and I are, running around, I think, these days at the same level of conspiracy theorists, and how come we're the only ones that seem to be paying attention to these large issues here that nobody else seems to be pondering about? I mean, we've got the North Koreans now that prove to the world that they've got missiles that can strike Guam right now.
Hypersonic, even.
Maybe hypersonic. The ones that they've got them. All right, so that's certainly something to be apprehensive and aware of. But I'm not hearing that from a whole lot of other mouths except mine and yours. And then we've got now a steady leak of Chinese, allegedly from the Northern Mariana Islands, that seem to be making their way into Guam. What are your thoughts on that? What does the government of Guam need to do?
Well, Ray, first of all, let's look at our area. You got the Philippines, you got Guam, and you got Hawaii. All three nations have been hit by a world war. Before they hit Pearl Harbor, they had the spies infiltrating and observing Pearl Harbor before the planes came in. You know, as I mentioned before, my dad was actually an infant at the time, and a bomb dropped right across his house in Hawaii. But what the governor should do, and what I challenge the governor and the attorney general to do, mobilize the National Guard. If these guys can get the National Guard to be stopping old ladies on the road during a pandemic, get those guys out. They've got helicopters now, from what I understand. They've got the latest military equipment or access to it. They should be patrolling. And, military always likes exercises because it gets them ready for when they really need to fight, right? So get those choppers out, get the military and their Humvees, and just go around the island and observe with their night scopes and whatever they've got to detect these people. That's the first step. The Attorney General just doesn't get it. It's not about charging them with misdemeanors. It's about getting them into a facility so that they are not running around Guam. The Mr. Kenga, in one of the stories, says that he saw a white truck waiting for them. It's not conspiratorial. You take the facts as they're being reported and you put them together. And by the way, my team right now is looking at the Immigration Nationality Act, Section 287G. It allows attorneys and law enforcement to be deputized by Homeland Security to perform immigration-type acts. When there's criminals that are non-U.S. citizens, they have the ability to arrest and to be deputized to perform ICE-type functions. And, Alabama, Florida, California have used that already. And, Congress is looking at expanding that authority, but obviously under this administration, anything to stop immigration is being stopped.
Right.
But, we've got an AG that just doesn't get it. He doesn't appreciate and understand. You're not trying to get a misdemeanor conviction on these people. You're trying to take them into custody so they don't get out. The catch and release that this AG keeps on doing is hurting the community. They're unvetted, Ray, which means that they could be murderers, rapists, for fentanyl, for whatever type drug out there that we have in our community. China is the source of it. So, I heard one of the candidates say that, they really entered into the United States legally through Saipan. We don't know that. All this stuff that's coming into our island is unvetted. So the AG really needs to step back a moment and appreciate what's facing Guam. He is the chief law enforcement officer. I'm vying for that position. This is the type of work that my team is looking at right now, that if we get in, we're going to change what's happening around our borders. This is bigger than just the local community. This is about our island, the safety of our island. You talk about Korea and or North Korea doing all their numbers. I think the military should be shooting down those missiles, especially when it went over Japan. Test your equipment, because they've got hypersonics, which is much faster than the regular missiles. We've got the Aegis system. It's an old system, but I'm sure they've got some new ones out there with the laser detection. But they have to try to shoot these things down if they're coming over international waters, arguably. So
don't disagree. I kind of like the ideas. Once it's in international waters, that's fair game for practice of with the Aegis ashore and the Aegis ships, wherever those happen to be.
Right.
They just seem to be playing diplomacy games here, and I feel like they're bringing a slingshot to a gunfight. Anyway, 10 away from the top of the hour. Just a couple more topics for you while I'm thinking about it. Are you going to be doing anything, or can I give you an email address of somebody who feels that his freedom of speech was trashed by the Department of Public Works when they took down those signs at the Archbishop Circle yesterday?
Well, if the see. DPW was enforcing the law. You know, that's one issue. How fast they quick it is how fast they enforce it raises that question about if there's, you know, equal protection and those sorts of things. But I guess the key thing is it would be a big fight to have to fight the fact that it was on government property, taking it into court as a violation of the First Amendment, freedom of speech. I would rather be elected as the Attorney General, talk with the government officials, talk with the legislature, immediately repeal that statute that says that political signs cannot go on government property because it is a violation of the First Amendment. And if it can be done through the processes, through another law, repealing it, great. If it can't, take it into court, but don't let the taxpayers have to pay for it. The people that actually are having their rights infringed have the Attorney General. This AG doesn't get it. He doesn't appreciate that the Attorney General isn't to protect Governor Leon Guerrero or any government official. His job is to protect and enforce the law, protect the people protected under the Constitution, which is all of us, and to enforce the law. So long as it's enforcing the law, you know, he's on good ground. But if he feels that a law is unconstitutional or illegal,
somebody needs to fight it.
Also, right, challenge it. Use it on the taxpayer dollar that the AGs and the attorneys at the AG's office are paid for.
All right.
By the way, Ray, a digression. The people on Guam, these immigrants, they have to be gotten out of Guam, either sent back to the Sinamaya, as you refer to, or sent to one of those sanctuary cities. San Francisco is probably the closest sanctuary city. Send them to Pelosi's house. See how she likes it.
Martha's Vineyard.
I love it. Martha's Vineyard. 10 away from the top of the hour. We'll pull up our mileage and get these guys out of here. All right, last thing for you, and this is breaking headline news coming out of Washington, D.C. and the White House. The president has pardoned thousands of people that have been convicted of marijuana possession charges, and he is also suggesting that Xavier Becerra from Health and Human Services and Attorney General Merrick Garland please start reviewing marijuana's classification under federal drug laws. This is very, very interesting. It is possible that, and maybe by executive order, he would be able to go and reclassify marijuana and get it off of the Schedule 1.
Schedule 1.
Which would, for all intents and purposes, make it as illegal as crystal methamphetamine.
Yeah, I think that what he's doing is the power of the president to pardon for federal crimes. He has that authority. He'll have to deal with the political consequences of that type of action. But that's what the Republicans and Democrats have been fighting for so long on, is Congress. Congress has not been able to get enough votes to reclassify that as an illegal substance, because I believe it's in the federal statute that the president doesn't have that authority to just say that marijuana is no longer illegal. It has to be a congressional statute.
I wonder if it's going to be moving in that direction. Certainly, they need a Hail Mary pass to save them in the midterms, and that could possibly be it. 6:52 in the morning. Attorney Doug Moylan, always fun talking with you. I'll send you. I'll forward the email that I got from Deep.Throat671 so that you can make contact and, if anything, encourage whoever it was that put those signs to put them back up. Get some more.
Thank you, Ray.
All right, buddy. I'll see you soon. 6:52. Frank's on the line, and this might sound a little bit alarming to some folks. Frank, what were you expecting in the mail that you didn't get? What? All right, okay, I'm going to put you on hold. I think your spam is burning. Ken Leon Guerrero, the other governor, Leon Guerrero is on the line. I'm a Ken Vic. How you doing here?
Well, the other Ken LG works for Congressman St. Nicholas.
There we go. Thanks for the reminder. I'm sorry. Friday morning, I think my brain's already into Saturday night.
Yeah, I was confused when I was looking at the documents that I got from Gita and saw that I had attended the public hearing on the Guam Regional Bond Bill, and then I realized who they were talking about. But it's real interesting in the newspaper today that on the front page, Gita has extended, and the governor and Gita have extended till December 31st, the requirements to meet the $1.8 million contract that have been blown out of the water, and there's no way they can meet those requirements by December 31st. All they're doing is kicking the can down the road to get it past the election, because this story is so ugly. The last thing they want it to become is out there in the public. So they think that by kicking the can down to December 31st, it gets it past the election, and the people of Guam will be ignorant of what fraud is being perpetuated in our name. When I say our name, taxpayers of Guam.
Yeah.
because we're talking $2.4 billion. That's a lot of money. And even in the story, they talk about how the price has inflated to $800 million. You know.
Well, look, just throw that. It's another log on the fire for Therese Terlahi as the health chair and speaker of the legislature to ask about when it comes time for that oversight hearing. And I tell you what, the 18th can't come fast enough.
No, it can't. I've been working on my testimony because I've been plowing through these hundreds of pages of documents. I'm pulling out all kinds of nuggets, which is one of the reasons why the deadline has been extended for delivery of the contracted receivables. I mean, there is a list. By these dates, these are the items that are supposed to be delivered to government of Guam in both hard copy and electronic format.
One thing before we get too deep into details here. So you put a FOIA together for the guys over at GITA. Did you receive anything from them?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And what I received showed me how much stuff they have not given me. And that's the next level of challenge.
Because I got a little birdie in my head that told me, yeah, you got stuff, but there were some items that you asked for that they could not provide to you because they were personnel matters, if you will. There was supposed to be some kind of restriction and either privacy or secrecy that they could not under color of law could not let out.
Yeah, that was on my police FOIA.
No, I'm talking about the GITA one.
On the GITA one, yeah, they're saying that public documents that I want, they cannot release. And, you know, I mean, we are giving Guam Regional hundreds of millions of dollars of tax breaks. Guam Regional is required to file an audited financial statement with GITA to show how much tax that they are not paying and how much benefit the public is getting. But for some reason, GITA feels that those documents are confidential, even though Guam Memorial Hospital files the exact same documents. So that's one battle.
Yeah.
The second battle, in this contract with Matrix, there are deliverables, and these deliverables are due by certain dates. And they're contracted. We paid $1.8 million for these things. And they are saying that they cannot release them to me. So that's
that one there doesn't make any sense. That's the same thing that Steve Limtialco over at PDN is fighting for. 6:57. I got to run. I got Frank on the line. He might have a bigger story for us. I'll talk to you later.
Will do.
All right, buddy. 888-8255. Frank, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, buenos Jen Hoffaday. Welcome to the Ray Gibson Show.
Hi.
What's going on?
This is Frank. Am I on the air?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
A lot of retirees are wondering when the COLA payments are going to come out. Have you heard anything on that?
I'm not a retiree. I haven't heard anything about that at all. But I'll see what I can find out. Let me send a quick WhatsApp to the folks over at Adelup and see what they know about that.
Yeah, we'd appreciate it. We'll listen to you. So if you got anything, just put it out.
I certainly will. Have you already taken care of your health insurance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. We was talking about
Thank
that.
you.
You're welcome, Frank. You have a great day. If I find anything out, I certainly will put it on the air.
Have a great day too. Thank you.
Got it. 6:58 and change on the radio. So they're not out yet. Is the point. So while the news is playing, I will send something out to Crystal and see what they've got. Here's the thing, guys. COLA payments 32 days away from the primary election, just a handful of days away from the start of early voting over at the West End, as a matter of fact. So I imagine that there will be a great, big, hairy deal made when they've got those COLA checks and they start hitting the bank accounts and I may start. I might start selling. Just standing outside Kmart and cost you less and pay less. Selling actual carts here for everybody to go in there and start spending some of that cola money. But I tell you what, though, I'm not going to give them a hard time. I wish that I had some kind of a cola. The expenses just keep racking up, and everywhere I go, and every time somebody puts a piece of paper in front of me for me to sign on my credit card, the prices keep going up, but the paycheck ain't going up to meet those new prices. Good news was that. Well, maybe it worked out like this. I actually was able to fill up the tank of the car here this morning. $88 is what it took to fill the thing up. Yeah, and the lady on the other side of the counter, she's like, "You're driving it on empty, huh?" And I said, "Yep, absolutely right. You got me in a box, baby." It's 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. I got you. Fox News is next. Stick around, Brown. Donna D's on the other side. So is Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point.
A deadly stabbing attack along the Las Vegas Strip. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Police say one person was killed, 5 others injured, possibly including showgirls.
A lot of blood. There was one showgirl on the ground. There was another showgirl on top of her trying to help her friend.
Acting as a translator, he's describing what one witness saw. Police have a suspect in custody, but no details confirmed yet, including the condition of survivors. Thousands of Americans with pot convictions are being pardoned by President Biden.
As I said when I ran for president, no one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana.
In a video post on the announcement, the president noting it's already legal in many states.
And criminal records for marijuana possession have led to needless barriers to employment, to housing, to educational opportunities. And that's before you address the racial disparities around who suffers the consequences.
The pardons apply to federal offenses of simple possession. He's calling on governors to do the same for state offenses and ordering a review of how marijuana is classified under federal law. A Republican senator and frequent critic of the former president is expected to resign.
Nebraska Republican Ben Sasse is likely to accept an offer from the University of Florida to become the school's next president. Sources tell Fox News Sasse could resign from the Senate as soon as December. He was elected to a second term in 2020.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. Nebraska's Republican governor would appoint a replacement ahead of a special election in 2024. The U.S. goes on the attack in Syria, launching an airstrike and killing several ISIS officials, including one of the top 5 ISIS leaders. This follows a raid overnight that took out an ISIS operative wanted for smuggling weapons. Syrian state TV reported a civilian killed, others kidnapped. U.S. Central Command reports no civilian deaths. America is listening to Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bump, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
News.
A Michigan man who admitted conspiring to kidnap the state's governor learns his fate.
Caleb Franks was sentenced to 4 years in prison for being part of the scheme to abduct Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Franks did help the prosecution's case and will be credited for 2 years he's already been in custody. He was one of 6 people who said that Whitmer's actions, especially restrictions imposed during the pandemic, infringed on their constitutional rights. Franks, according to prosecutors, scouted the governor's vacation home as part of the planning. 2 other co-conspirators, Adam Fox and Barry Croft Jr., were convicted by a jury in August. They face life sentences. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Another contentious day in court in Wisconsin, where the man accused of driving into a Christmas parade, killing 6 people, is representing himself and keeps interrupting the judge, who keeps sending him to an adjacent courtroom, where at one point he took off his shirt and sat with his back to the camera.
I have had a dozen or more interruptions. We'll be off the record while we do that. Thank you, everyone.
I don't agree to a stop.
Daryl Brooks, who is 40, is charged with 76 counts, faces life in prison if convicted. Police say he attacked the parade after fleeing a domestic disturbance. A major drugstore chain considers drastic measures.
Rite Aid says shoplifting has gotten so bad in New York City, it's considering putting everything into locked displays. Reporting by Fox 5 has shown guards watching as shoplifters leave with armloads of goods, and the company's chief retail officer says area losses from shoplifting worsened despite efforts to improve product protection, which in some stores even includes using off-duty police officers.
Fox's Lillian Wu, Rite Aid blaming the thefts in part for the $5 million revenue hit recently reported. A down day on Wall Street, the Dow drops 346 points. Elisa Brady, this is Fox News.
Victim Advocates Reaching Out is celebrating its 40th anniversary by hosting its inaugural Purple Gala on October 15 at 6 p.m. in the Nico Hotel. Vero is a nonprofit that assists victims of domestic abuse, rape, and traumatic events. Proceeds from the event will benefit victim services like emergency shelter, food, clothing, and necessities. Tickets are $100 each. Call 477-5552 to purchase or make a donation. Special thank you to our generous supporters and the stations of choice broadcasting.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Off the day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Despite a loss in court, activist group Protehe Letexan plans to continue fighting to halt the military's open detonation of munitions along Taragi Beach. Though the group failed in its suit against the Department of Defense and the Air Force, it is now pushing for the Guam EPA to act. Guam EPA is reviewing the reapplication for the burn and detonation units at Andersen Air Force Base, which have been in place for around 40 years. Chief Judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood, during a hearing over the lawsuit last week, said Guam EPA had the final responsibility over the detonations at Taragi. Law firm Earth Justice argued unsuccessfully that the military had a duty to review and reassess the impact of munitions disposal on Guam's northern coast under the National Environmental Policy Act. Though no decision has been made yet, an appeal of the case to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit or a lawsuit against Guam EPA are two possible legal avenues. Guam EPA says it was continuing to work with the U.S. EPA on the Taragi permit application, though there was no timetable on a decision. Meanwhile, civil defense officials say 2 missiles launched by North Korea yesterday morning posed no immediate threat to Guam. This was the 6th round of weapons firings conducted by North Korea in the last 2 weeks. On Tuesday, the country sent a ballistic missile flying over northern Japan. In response, the United States redeployed the aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan near the Korean peninsula. The ship was in the area last week for drills and training with South Korea and Japan. North Korea's foreign ministry says the redeployment of the Reagan strike group poses a serious threat to the stability of the situation on the Korean peninsula and in its vicinity. South Korean military reports say the missile yesterday was shot toward North Korea's eastern waters. Guam Acting Homeland Security Advisor Major General Esther Agigi says the offices of Guam Homeland Security and Civil Defense, along with federal and military partners, will continue to maintain open lines of communication and provide updates to the community as necessary. More news after this.
Burger King says thank you to our drive-thru guests with a very special offer. Every Monday in the month of October, visit our drive-thru locations in Tumon or Hagutnya. Every 10th car will receive a free fire-grilled Whopper coupon with your order. This is the King's way of saying thanks for celebrating our 33 years on Guam. Check out our drive-thru service, 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. BK Your Way, Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, the Micronesia Mall, and the airport.
Senatorial candidate and former broadcast journalist Chris Barnett had the audience to himself after 3 other invited candidates were no-shows at the Rotary Club of Guam's third weekly forum. Barnett said Guam is facing full-time problems, so pushing for a part-time legislature won't do any good to check and balance the executive branch. He has a 25-year career in the media that included investigative reporting and said the legislature's budget takes up only a small portion of GovGuam's $1 billion budget and emphasized its role is huge in keeping the government transparent and accountable. Barnett explained that he knew firsthand how ugly it got during the primary election, considering what he and Sabrina Salas-Matanani, also a former journalist, went through. He says, a lot of Democrats tried to blacklist me and it backfired on them. This is his first time in politics, but Barnett emerged as the second top vote-getter among senatorial candidates. He wanted to run as an independent, but the political party system made it impossible for anybody to run as an independent. It's something he wants to tackle if he gets elected. And songwriter Jenny G is starting a new business on Guam to bring K-pop artists to the island. Jenny G is the CEO of JG Art and Entertainment and says K-pop music is very popular on Guam, but there haven't been many opportunities for the island to host K-pop musicians compared to the U.S. mainland and other venues. She says they're working on bringing a K-pop group to Guam and are also working with local rappers and hip-hop artists to add to the show. Jenny G recently met with island leaders and is also working with SBS MediaNet to televise the concerts throughout Korea, and with Arirang TV to broadcast the concerts to 120 different countries worldwide. Jenny G is hoping the televised concerts will help bring exposure to Guam and the music culture here. She adds that details of a second venture, a Korean coffee shop named Studio JG, will be announced soon. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I've been trying to convince the people over at the Guam Visitors Bureau that they need to be in that business. That's what we ought to have, is everybody. Guam is totally open and tourism is back on, and let's have a big party down at Ipao Beach, and we'll bring in a bunch of bands from South Korea, you know, with people that whose names will be recognized by guys around here. I think
bring folding money.
I think that's
I've
a great idea.
only heard of BTS. That's the only, I don't know K-pop.
Hang out on the Instagrams and the TikToks, and because there's a bunch of I don't know if they're actually in any bands, but there are some hot Koreans on the TikTok and the Instagram thing. Maybe you've heard.
Oh, and I've heard of SES. I don't think they're together anymore. I'm not sure, but I only know because they recruited one girl from Guam to be in the group.
I heard SAS, and I'm thinking about St. Anthony School.
SES.
Yeah, sorry, it's the way my brain works. 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Okay, tracking stuff down before we get to the weather. I've been working while the news was playing. I've been doing my thing and reaching out to the handful of people that will talk to me over at the governor's office. One of them is Crystal Paco, who was reaching out to me about two things actually. Some of you may have Monday off.
Oh, really?
Some Columbus Day.
Yeah. Oh.
But I don't think we have Columbus Day around here. And in some states, it's they go Columbus. Wait. White colonizer?
Colonizer.
No, we're not. Yeah. Cannot do Columbus Day. So it's indigenous. It's Indigenous Person Day. And you cannot say indigenous without sounding like Hope Cristobal. You got indigenous. You got to say it like that around here. But anyway, so according to Crystal Paco, there is school on Monday. It's not a GovGuam holiday. And then I asked the question, okay, so do we have a date for COLA check release? And her response was, the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration has historically paid COLA early. I'm tracking the same this year. Let me get a date. Now, last year and the year before, I want to say it was in October, mid-October 15th, 19th, something like that. But I'm also getting word from guys that have actually gone to the retirement office who were told by personnel there that it will be in November. but they didn't say what day. Ray Cola will be distributed in November. Unknown date. I went to the retirement office last week. Last year, GovGuam released it early in October. The retirement office personnel do not know what day in November they will receive the funding. So, Frank and other retirees that are listening to the broadcast this morning, that's the latest information that I have, although, and it might sound like it's conflicting. You got retirement office saying one thing, governor's office saying, no, we've historically done this early, and they've got money. I mean, they might be able to do one of those things where they just shovel the money into the accounts now, and then reimburse from whatever those sources are with the actual money when it comes out of the retirement fund. I'll work on it. I'll see what else I can find out. I do want to get this on the air because it's an important picture. It's Get Your Pink On, and I completely forgot that it's October, and in October I gotta do more with the color pink.
Oh yeah, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank
right?
you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Lots of awareness. And the closest thing I've got, this is Sarita Garin and her workout group. Get their pink on here this morning.
There you go.
Hey, there's dudes in this group.
Yeah. Wearing pink shoes too.
Yeah.
I'd wear them.
That's lucky guys. That's like a handful of lucky guys hanging out with a bunch of hot women in workout clothes. It's like being Chris Barnett, the only guy to show up at Rotary yesterday.
Yeah, crazy.
Right. So closest thing I can get to getting my pink on here this morning is drinking my water out of my pink decanter that I got from my daughter.
Decanter.
So, well, I don't know what do you call it. What is that?
Flask.
Flask. Okay, close enough. Whatever. All right, 7:15 in the morning on, I really don't care about facts or details here this morning. Don't mess me or don't slow me down by throwing the truth at me. All right, the closest thing I can get to truth right now, mostly sunny. Daytime highs today are going to be 88 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92 degrees. I will repeat the operative words, mostly sunny. Grill marks. Mostly sunny equals grill marks, almost guaranteed. We've got partly cloudy skies in the forecast for tonight. Tomorrow is another beach day, another grill marks day. We've got mostly sunny skies in the forecast for that. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, they say, could be moving in on Saturday night. On Sunday, they're only predicting partly sunny skies to be in the forecast. Like I said, heat index today over the next couple of days is going to be about 92 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 6:11, and I want to say over on the eastern side of the island, I've got some pictures from Jeff over at Pirates Cove that prove that the sun came up. Now, I want you to look carefully at these images here on the eastern side of the island and see if you can make out any Chinese spies. This is the story, and I'm sticking to it.
No.
Is the reason why the spies were caught on that side of the island was because they were looking for Pirates Cove. That's the first thing they said when the guys started rolling up on them with the badges and the guns is in broken English. Where Jeff Pirate Cove? Where Pirate Man? We're looking.
Your Mandarin's great.
We're looking for Pirate Man, big pie, looked like Santa Claus. Now, but Pirate Man Jeff, where is he? 7:18 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by The Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Right. 7:17 in the morning. Carl Meyer, apparently no longer in Sacramento, made his way down to San Francisco, California.
Oh,
Wanted
nice.
to check out Nancy Pelosi's district and see if it was careful. Don't step where. Don't look where you're going. There's human excrement on the sidewalks virtually everywhere. When I was a little kid. We went to, it was my first trip ever to the States. And we went we went to San Francisco, and it was it was the summer of '69.
Oh, wow.
When we were there, the summer of love in San Francisco, California, and I remember when we got into the city, my mom made us roll the windows up because the hippies were freaking her out because we didn't have hippies on Guam, right? Like Rand Kaufman might have been like the only hippie guy around, and Joe Cunningham, etc. But we didn't have any actual hippies here on Guam, and so when we got to the States and saw them in real life as like wildlife, it was that. And my mom also was very cautious as we were walking around a little bit. Watch where you're going because people spit here.
Ooh.
That was how bad it was in San Francisco in 1969. Fast forward to 2022. As I say, Carl Meyer, watch where you're going. It's 7:19 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. What am I supposed to be doing here? Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. So many great combinations of flavors that you can put in your favorite sandwiches. And if you don't have one, may I make a suggestion? The new Baja Chicken and Bacon, loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken. There's hickory smoked bacon in there, pepper jack cheese, and they drizzle it. Do I have a drizzly sound effect? Thank you. With Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Your choice of hand-sliced veggies and fresh baked bread and more. You gotta refresh to eat fresh at Subway.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Yes. It keeps it so in Japan, sending some pictures from Japan, and there's a couple ones in there about North Korea and Kim Jong whatever, and but the interesting thing that he's sending over is a picture of the weather reports. I was actually watching some NHK last night. Over at Okinawan Izakaya on Marine Corps Drive. Yeah. You know where the old one was, where Jimmy's was? It's now an Okinawan Izakaya over there. And the guy in the back, he's got this huge television, and he's got NHK playing on it. And I'm looking at the thing and trying to do the mental conversions on the temps. Because there were places where the temps were like 15, 16. That's
Celsius.
Yeah. So you got to do the conversion. And so the guy in Japan has sent this out here. This is where they are right now, 60 degrees Fahrenheit in southern Japan. And I'm thinking,
crispy.
Yes, yeah, dude, sweater weather.
Yeah.
And maybe more. It might be sweater and glove weather. It might be the heavy stuff that you get to wear, and just more to a point where, man, I really need to start thinking about
a little chilly.
Putting some travel plans together. Might be a good time. Do we have an exchange rate? Yes, we do. 142.9. That's on the streets of Japan. The numbers are going to be different at some of the other 4X places that you're going to be able to look at. I'll get you more on those numbers before too much longer. And then there's a story I got from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. No need to play the jingle.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know that he might be traveling right now, but he sent me the picture from the Straits Time that says they have struck an open skies agreement between Singapore and Palau, and so I'm wondering. I'm not 100. Open skies, cabotage, things like that are one of those situations where it's one of I got to talk to somebody that knows about all of this. But the question that I have is: it possible? Does that mean that we will be able to fly from here to Palau and then from Palau to Singapore? Will we have something along those lines? Because normally I'd go to Manila and make that jump. But the problem is, by the time I get to Manila, the first flight to Singapore has already left at like 7 o'clock in the morning. I get there at 8 o'clock, and then I got to sit in the
on a layover.
Yeah, about a 12-hour layover before I can fly back to Singapore on the next flight out.
Sir.
So wondering about all of that stuff. Jerry Perez might be able to get me an answer to all of those kinds of questions. I feel, frankly, like I'm working too hard on a. Right?
You should get a stipend.
Too many questions, and I'm getting answers here. Lady called up, says, love the show, listen all the time. Don't forget Monday's a holiday, and that sent me going, whoa, wait a minute. A holiday Monday? What is it, Veterans Day? And Donna goes, no, that's not in November. We're going to have to hold out on that. But the 10th of October is Columbus Day. which is a day we don't get off. It's not on our bank list here.
Is it 10-10 day as well?
I don't know. 10-10. Oh, it might be a Chinese thing, Taiwanese thing. Could be. I don't know. Well, we'll look it up. Look, the only important thing I know is that it's a Friday, which means it's eventually going to be a Friday night. And on Friday nights over at VFW up in Gigo, they do a drawing, and somebody could be $2,000 some odd dollars, almost $3,000 richer as a result of getting it, calling it right now. Let's take a look at what happened on the markets. You want it? There's the music. All right. We've seen some crazy up and down swings, and the markets are anticipating maybe a gloomier jobs report. Supposed to be out tomorrow, and the response from the Dow is down by 346. They closed at 29,926. NASDAQ off by about 75. That's 11,073 for that market. S&P 500 down by 38, closing at 3744. I got the FTSE down by 55. Nikkei is up by 190 points. That's good luck for you if you've got anything index to that, but it's kind of tough to buy directly into the Nikkei, or at least it was for me. Hang Seng Index down by 75. Shanghai off by 16, and the DAX down by 46 points. Big winners on the market today, not in the American markets. Who lost the least? Okay, the NASDAQ. Of everybody that lost any dough here, the NASDAQ lost the least. Big winners there: Dexcom, Old Dominion, Zscaler, and Netflix Inc., and Zoom Video. Zoom Video. You know how we talk to the judge in jury duty?
Oh, no.
Because the judge doesn't come to where we are.
He doesn't show
no,
up.
No.
It's on video.
We Zoom. We zoom over. Yeah, we zoom over to it. And I got to tell you, between His Honor Vern Perez and His Honor Art Barcenas, it's like it's showtime. It is showtime for them. Every single Art last week was saying a joke. He says, "Yeah, I talked to my doctor. And my doctor said I'm allergic to rice. Every time I eat it, I get fat. I'm allergic to." Yep. And he kept going, and we're all waiting. Like, when is this guy going to release us? And he says, no, we can stay here. I've already paid you for the day. So what are we going to talk about until 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Love you, Art. Mean it. All right, other numbers that we like to look at here. Oil at $88.96 a barrel. That's up by $1.20 from the last time anybody paid any attention to it, and scooching up higher. Again, all based on news that the guys over at OPEC thumb their nose at Joe Biden. Imagine that. Thumb their nose at Joe Biden, and instead of increasing production, are going to be lowering it by about 2 million barrels a day. Gold at $17.20, that's up by about a dime. And what are the other commodities? I already told you what we were doing the exchange on the Japanese yen. So I think that leaves us with what? Bitcoin?
19.9.
Almost $20,000.
Almost $20,000.
Got to round it up. We had to sound confident with all of that. It's 7:26 in the morning. Look, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. You know how it is. You know how Friday hits different. I just like saying things like that. Just kind of hits different. Fridays hit different because it's got to be an extra point that takes everybody and perhaps some people into a 3-day weekend. Jerry, for some people, this has to the essence of the extra point has to last through Tuesday. Yeah. And don't ask me who's got Monday off. I have no idea. I think it's a federal thing.
Apparently it's not us.
Do we have Tammy? Oh, happy belated birthday to Tammy Post Office. Yesterday was her birthday.
Tammy.
Indeed.
Are you working Monday? Happy birthday, and are you working on Monday? Are you one of the people that are going to be enjoying? Just tell me what beach you're going to be at, because I get off early. It's 7:26. Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Question: can you see the unseen? People who can see the unseen are called visionaries. Well, they're also called other things, too, but visionaries is one of those things. And the unseen things they've seen have made significant changes to our world. Today, we'll hear about a select group of people who have said about the topic of vision. They have said things like, ooh, Ray, he is a visionary. We'll find out about that next on the Extra Point.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Quotes Friday is here. The topic is vision. Here we go. Number one. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. Who said that? Helen Keller, author who lost her sight at the age of 2. Number 2, Henry David Thoreau, the poet, said, "It's not what you look at that matters. It's what you see." Number 3, Warren Bennis, who was a leadership expert par excellence. He said, "Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality." Number 4, keep your dreams alive. Understand to achieve anything requires faith and belief in yourself, vision, hard work, determination, and dedication. Remember, all things are possible for those who believe. Gail Devers, Olympic champion. T.S. Eliot, the writer, has number 5, only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. I like that. Number 6, vision is the art of seeing things invisible, rather. Jonathan Swift, satirist and 1700s influencer. They had influencers back in the 1700s. Number 7, Melody Beatty, self-help author, said, "Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow." Champions aren't made in the gyms. Champions are made from something they have deep inside them, a desire, a dream, a vision. Muhammad Ali. Number 9, anonymous source said, "When you have $1 million vision, don't surround yourself with 1-cent minds." There's your quote maybe for the day and the week. When you have $1 million vision, don't surround yourself with 1-cent minds. Also anonymous, number 10, dissatisfaction and discouragement are not caused by the absence of things, but the absence of vision. Number 11 has come from Alan Mulally, Boeing and Ford CEO and once a speaker at the upcoming Live to Lead. Number 11, leadership is having a compelling vision, a comprehensive plan, relentless implementation, and talented people working together. Number 12, Peter Marshall, chaplain to the U.S. Senate, he said, "Give to us clear vision that we may know where to stand and what to stand for, because unless we stand for something, we shall fall for anything." Number 13, Mark Twain, humorist and entrepreneur, "You can't depend on your eyes when your imagination is out of focus." Number 14, Thomas Edison, the inventor, said, "Vision without execution is hallucination." 15, Anais Nin, novelist, said, "We don't see things as they are. We see things as we are." And finally, number 16, Sean Covey, author and speaker. This is, I think, the grandson to Stephen Covey. He said, "If you could envision the type of person God intended you to be, you would rise up and never be the same again." That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, I just got a reality check from some of my brother was reminding me. I was thinking about, hey, it'd be cool just fly down to Palau and then get on a plane down to Singapore and my brother reminded me it's $1,200 to get on an airplane and go to Palau right now.
Yow.
And it's a friend of mine that's in Palau now, and it's a trip that she would normally have done in just a few days, but I think because of the high expense of the airplane tickets, this is her second week in Palau, and I can hardly wait. I can hardly wait for the trip report to come out on that. All right, there's Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point. A couple other notes here: 10/10, a national holiday in Taiwan. as a matter of fact. So you got a point on that. And my buddy Boris, who says 10-10 holiday for private schools, he says, well, at least the academy, I'm going to double check. Not that I feel like I've got to fact check Boris. I'm just going to check with my daughter, and if there's no school there on Monday, maybe we can plan some goof off time. 7:33 in the morning. And as I said, news here brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo and the guys over at, where is he? Burger King? Hey, aren't they nominated for a pile of accolades in the Pika's Best? Yes, I think they are. Give them a vote here this morning in virtually a billion categories that they have been nominated in. Also brought to you by the friendly folks at Hoffaday Realty for all of your real estate needs. Pika's Best nominated, Hoffaday Realty. The number is 588-4232. That's 588-4232. You can reach them on the email. It's easy, hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Now, with news and headlines brought to you by those guys, here's Donna D. What happened?
Category 4 storm Hurricane Ian has left behind major devastation in Florida, with the death toll at over 100, and the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the island community to help those in need. The first volunteers from the local chapter arrived in Florida on Tuesday. Monetary donations to benefit the victims of Hurricane Ian can be made by calling 472-6217. Checks should be made payable to the American Red Cross with designation to Hurricane Ian. Meanwhile, Staywell Guam and its affiliate Home Insurance Company have met national standards for providing quality health care. They received full accreditation from expert surveyors from the Accreditation Association for Ambulatory Health Care. Island Home Insurance Company and insurance agent Staywell Guam operate branches in Guam, Saipan, and the Philippines. And early voting begins on Tuesday, October 11 at the Westin. It will continue every Tuesday through Friday from 9 to 6 until November 3. District satellite early voting will be on Saturday, October 15 at Okudu High School, Saturday, October 22 at GCC, and Saturday, October 29 at Melissa Martyrs Elementary School, all from 10 to 3. Residents can register to vote at any early voting site except Melessu, as registration closes on the 24th. The general election will be held on Tuesday, November 8, which is 32 days away. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Well, thank you very much. And let me see here, 7:35. We'll call that Beyond the Box time. And for those of you that are looking for significant technology without spending a whole lot of money for it, how about this? It's watches that you don't have to wind up. Imagine that. The Watch SE, that's the Apple Watch SE, is available right now. You can get the 44-millimeter version for $329, 40-millimeter version for just $299. Great new operating system that they've got there. Super prices. And remember, Beyond the Box is also nominated for a couple of spots in Pika's Best. So seek them out on computer stores and things like that, and give them your vote today.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, Lolita, and their team of professionals. For all your real estate needs, contact Hoffaday Realty. Recently nominated as one of Pika's best real estate companies. Call 671-588-4232 or email hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Located at 426 Chalon San Antonio, Suite 204, Tumaning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. till 4 p.m.
Attention all passengers. This is your pre-boarding announcement for flight UOG EF40, scheduled for departure on Saturday, October 8th for our gala destination at the Dusitani Guam Resort. Passenger check-in time is 5 p.m. Your onboard entertainment will be a reunion of the casuals with Jesse and Ruby. For ticketing information, please call our agents at 671-735-2957. We thank you for choosing to fly with the UOG Endowment Foundation. Enjoy your flight with Tritons, transforming the world.
Tut-tut-tut-tut. There it is. All right, let me get this up on the screen so everybody can see what's happening in the trove and the traffic. It's very, very sad traffic up in the north end of town. Everything is looking good. You can get into Anderson Air Force Base, no major problems. You don't even have to show ID. No, I'm just kidding. And then we got southbound Marine Corps Drive, not as heavy as it has been over the last couple of days, which leads me to believe that some people have already started their weekend. Good on you. 8, 10, and 16. Let me see. I'll get down to that in a second. But I do want to say that you might run into traffic on getting into or close to Wysang Song Road up there in Daytadu. But otherwise, traffic south from there, it looks absolutely terrific. Not seeing a whole lot at 8, 10, and 16. Starting to get busy. Same thing for 10 and 15. Dogging out out traffic on Route 8 all the way into the downtown Agutnia area, and some of the usual spots on Route 4 are starting to get busy, but that ought to be clearing up in about the next 10 or 15 minutes. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, nothing major. A little bit of a slowdown at Polaris Point, and a little bit of a slowdown over at Big Navy in Sumai. And I guess the construction continues over at the intersection that takes you into Santa Rita. One of these days, a bump-free zone. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. And let me know how that's going. Send pictures if you can. 7:38, that's right now traffic. This is The Point.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the Dusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon is loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hangry.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Sweet. 888-8255. That's really the phone number around here. All right, groovy. We got lots and lots to get to. A bunch of items on the table of contents that we'll eventually get around to going through. But as I have done now, it feels like for the last couple of weeks, told you there are deadlines looming. And while the question of the day among many retirees is when is the COLA checks coming out, there are many retirees that likewise should probably know, never mind the COLA checks. You want to save COLA check style money? Get a hold of the guys over at Take Care and make sure that that's who you are signed up with for this year's upcoming health insurance go-around for employees and retirees in the government of Guam system. Greg Karabach from Take Care on the line right now. Good morning, Greg.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Happy Friday.
Yes, amen to that, and appreciate the invitation to go and hang out with you tonight. Unfortunately, I have other plans. Beer, I mean, they involve beer. I'm just saying right now, just going to not be there. At any rate, we'll get together and talk about some interesting developments at another time. In the meantime, we've got a deadline coming. It's looming. I can hear the countdown ticking away louder and louder as each day goes by.
Mm-hmm. That clock is ticking. Monday is the last day for open enrollment changes, and so GovGuam employees and retirees have until Monday to lock in whatever their choice is for this coming year.
Right. And there are a lot of incentives to take a look at the packages offered by Take Care for a variety of different categories, employees, retirees. Some people got big families, some people it's just them. And so there is something for you with Take Care.
Yep, absolutely. Great benefits, wonderful ways to earn dollars in your pocket if you take good care of yourself by getting screenings and going to the gym or doing physical activities on a regular basis. Lots of good things there.
Now, sometimes we've got these things where people are hesitant to move because they've got everything worked out with their doctor, they've got the plan in their head already, and in situations like that, it should be seamless moving from whoever you are with now into Take Care.
Yeah, in fact, that's a good point, Ray. If an individual has their procedure already pre-authorized by the other carrier, we'll honor that prior authorization going into October. So there's no need to resubmit all that paperwork. The transition will be seamless for you. Just have the doctor give us a call and make sure that we get that paperwork sometime in the month of October.
Go ahead. I was going to say lots of different ways and procedures that can be done here locally, but sometimes, unfortunately, you might be able to get a better deal out of a special somewhere in the States, et cetera. And you've got, what do they call it, in-network folks that you deal with all across the country, right?
Right. in-network providers throughout the continental United States. I think last count was 1.3 million in-network providers in the continental United States. And then, of course, the Philippines is a big part of healthcare here on Guam, and we've got all the major players there, including dental and pharmacy services in the Philippines.
Wait a second. You've got me having an image in my head of a young Filipino nurse with braces. That's not far-fetched, right?
Well, you have a $1,000 benefit for dental, so I'm not sure if braces would be fully covered under that.
We'll work. I'll call a guy. I've got a braces kuya in the Philippines that I can talk to. Now, as I said, we're looking at time running out, and a lot of people got plans on the weekend. How do we get a hold of somebody from Take Care between now and Monday?
I didn't put you up to these questions, did I, Ray?
No. I'm just curious.
So we're open till 6 o'clock tonight, and then for the benefit of those folks that can't get over and see us this week, we'll actually be open tomorrow, Saturday from 9 o'clock until 2 o'clock in the afternoon over there at our customer service office in Tamuning.
Okay, where exactly is the customer service office in Tamuning? Don't make me Google this. Don't make me Google Maps this.
All right, I will give you Guam directions. We are halfway between Costules and St. Anthony's, right across the street from Three Squares.
Okay, you had me at Three Squares. Go get yourself signed up and then go next door and have some chicken and an acai draft, and the world will be right with you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I tell you what, there are lots of different ways to get the information you need. It wasn't that long ago the Department of Administration put out a flyer to employees and retirees. The only thing that it was missing was a price comparison. I guess you can't do something like that. But so if you got that flyer, you're going to need to do the work yourself. Grab the calculator and you will find lots of minus when you do the calculations with Take Care, and that will equal significant savings on a biweekly basis.
Yeah, and, for more information about Take Care's plans, you can go to takecareasia.com/GovGuam2023, and all of the information regarding our plans are right there at your fingertips.
7:44. Now, just a logistical question before you're done. We know that the deadline is going to be on the 10th of October, correct?
Correct.
All right. What time? I mean, is this like midnight on the 10th, or will we be able to swing by the office all day on Monday?
Well, our office will be open till 6 o'clock, so people can drop stuff off at the very last second if you choose to do that. I believe your HR department is also accepting these forms and stuff, as well as DOA HR across the street from the post office there. Until their closing hours.
All right, so you got to put the paperwork in, and you've got to make it very, very clear if you are going to switch that you are switching. You can't just entertain the idea in your head. You've actually got to fill out some paperwork. The guys are experts at it. Find them over at Take Care. If people need some other information that I'm not asking about, how do they reach you or your people in customer service?
Sure. The phone number is 671-649-0468. And then if you're calling off island, we have a toll-free number, and that's 877-484-2411. And Ray, I just wanted to remind people, if they are not going to make any changes, whether that's plan changes, carrier changes, dependent changes, they sit back and do nothing. But if they want to make a change, they've got to fill out that paperwork. Otherwise, whatever they're in right now is going to roll over into this coming year, and they're going to be locked into that choice. And it's going to show up on their paycheck next Friday.
Right. So do the paperwork, do the mathematics, and make some really good decisions. Then you won't have to worry about when the COLA checks are coming out. Greg Carbrock, you have a fantastic Friday. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Ray. Have a great weekend.
I'm looking forward to looking forward to talking to you again on Monday, 7:46 on the Ray Gibson Show. Until it's not going to be anymore. That is kind of a big deal, and I'm kind of curious about a piece of paper that went out from the Department of Education. And here I am encouraging everybody, get the calculator out and put it in a spreadsheet. Somebody over at the Department of Education did that already, and there could be, depending on who you talk to, a little bit of hell to pay for that. 7:47, and let me see. Friday morning items in the table of contents. Stuff that I'm working on here is obviously the North Korea, our own personal security situation that we've got here on Guam. The North Koreans have made it clear that they can reach out and touch us from Pyongyang when they sent up that missile on Tuesday. And here we were complaining about what I think is a lack of other information coming from our homegrown sources. What do we do the day that these things do present some kind of a threat to our community? And to what degree are we threatened by these Chinese that allegedly are coming in from the CNMI? And are they here on holiday? Did they did they hear about GVB putting together that Fiesta tour thing and go, oh, we want to be part of that? Or is it something more sinister? And I tell you what, I've never been one for conspiracy theories, but they all seem to be coming true these days. So the conspiracy theory that I am working under are that these people are spies for the Chicoms, and they are out here taking a look around, looking at infrastructure, looking at the capabilities. In fact, testing the capabilities of our response systems around here. I mean, they got all the way down to Pago Bay.
Yeah.
Like I said, took a wrong turn at Ritidian. Right? Do we go right? Do we go left? And this time they decided that they were going to go round the horn and coming in on the hard side. And now, once upon a time, they could have. And maybe the arrangements were already made because somebody said it sounded like they had a ride waiting to pick them up. But there was a time that they would have been able to go from Pago Bay all the way in. You remember? And but where were they getting the money from for these boats that they were willing to abandon out there? There's just parts of this that don't make a whole lot of sense to me, and I'm worried that there are people that are looking at it like, oh, it's just a thing. It's like the Mexicans crossing the border, the Venezuelans or whatever crossing the borders at our southern states and treating them the same way. I don't know. I think this is how things like that 9/11 start with. All of a sudden you go, oh wow, I thought those guys were tourists.
Oh yeah.
And so yesterday, as I'm complaining, bellyaching about the lack of a whole lot of concrete prepper-style information coming out from the Homeland Security and Civil Defense, Johnny Utah reaches out to Real Joe and says, yeah, I'm watching the television out here, and it looks hitting the Twitters, and it looks like the North Koreans have sent up a couple of other missiles, and they did. And I'm concerned that I heard about this from a guy in Utah as opposed to anybody around here with the all hazards warnings. Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I just wanted to chime in real quick on your Chinese problem there, the invasion of Guam. The Democratic mayor of New York City is planning on sending his illegal immigrants that are being bused to him, they're not aware of, to a secluded island. I don't know if you've heard about that or not. If the Democrat mayor of New York City can send their illegal immigrants that are crossing the border, their illegal aliens that are arriving, unannounced, to a secluded island, why can't Guam do the same thing?
Well, I don't know. We got a governor that seems to be averse to deporting anybody for whatever reason. These folks here, I think, fall into a special case category. And, you ask the right questions. And if we don't like the answers, I'm sorry, I'm going to put you on a plane and send you either back to the NMI or back to wherever it is that you came from before you were allegedly in the NMI. Just says Chinese nationals, send them on a plane to Hong Kong. I mean, you can get from Hong Kong to mainland, no major problems.
Well, and the situation there is completely different than the illegals crossing the border here and showing up on buses in New York City. But the fact is that there is criminals and terrorists and God knows who. I'm sure there is some Chinese spies mixed in there somewhere because there are Chinese crossing the southern border.
Well, there's the Fox News conspiracy theory bomb throwers that are saying, is anybody identifying, eyeballing these people that are crossing the southern state borders, that leaky, porous border that we've got? Obviously, we're going to get some people from south of the border. We're going to get some people from Central American countries, but we're also seeing people from all kinds of places that are rolling through there. I'm just saying there's a pipeline from Cuba now to some of these southern borders.
Well, Venezuela is emptying their prisons and sending them up as militant groups that are organized.
Well, Castro did that. Castro did that back in the 80s.
Right. Exact same blueprint. But and Doug Moreland is, you can't ignore the history of World War II. He's right. The Japanese sent spies over. There was a dentist that was sent to Hawaii that was embedded well in the Hawaiian culture and was constantly sending information back to Japan. He was, while he was in his office, he'd be watching the happenings of the base and sending the information right back to Japan up until the point when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. I do not put it past the Chinese that there are spies arriving on the beaches of Guam. I mean, it makes sense.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Given everything that's happening in the Indo-Pacific region, and as I say, we're just not feeling a whole lot of a full court press from people on how we residents should be prepared to deal with this. I'm sure that the military has got all kinds of plans that they put in place, the hardening of the systems to the degrees that are practical here on Guam. But what about everybody else that lives here? What will happen if military steps are taken that have an impact on Guam? What are we supposed to do? What should we start laying out some non-perishable meals? Should I be buying a whole lot of canned foods and batteries for my ham radios?
Well, just to the basics. Does Guam have an air raid siren?
Oh, we've got an all hazards system. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they tested. What is it? The first Tuesday of the month at 3:30 or something like that. People freak out when it goes off. But yeah, there are those kinds of things that we've got out there on a regular basis. But okay, well, today it's not the first Tuesday of the month and it goes off. What are we supposed to do?
Well, yeah, exactly. What are you supposed to do? Where's the preparation? Because this is a real threat. This is happening. This is not. You can't hide in your digital phone and pretend that the reality is not occurring.
Well, let's go back. Where are we now? 11 months. Do you think that the people in Ukraine thought that their lives would be upended as badly as it has? Do you think that they were sitting around with knowledge that they were going to be invaded by a neighbor country?
Up until the point that it happened, they were benign to it. They were acting. They were shopping and saying, "Oh no, we're not worried about that," because of this weird desensitized idea of culture now, where you don't take things seriously. You live vicariously through your phone. You don't live outside in the real world and accept what you see. You accept what you read and look at on your phone. You don't accept what you see in person or what's happening in front of you. And what's happening in front of you is you have Chinese showing up on your beaches.
And ain't one. It's not, I mean, it looks like they're unit size. You got a bunch of guys, a bunch of girls, and, are they here for shopping? Do we need to take them down to Tea Galleria? Johnny, I gotta run 7:55. I got TJ's on the line. I definitely want to talk to him about some big news out of Washington, D.C.
Yes, sir. Adios.
Adios. Muchachos. 888-825-888-TALK. That's my phone number. TJ from Crop King Hydro is on the line. The reason I'm reaching out to him is because of some big news that is coming out of Washington, D.C. You will hear about it in the Fox News. President Joe Biden has pardoned thousands of people convicted of marijuana possession. That's interesting in and of itself. But the other part of this is he has commanded folks from Health and Human Services and Attorney General Merrick Garland to begin reviewing how they can change classification of marijuana under federal drug laws. Currently a Schedule I drug, and here's the problem. This is the incongruity of the situation. You've got things like fentanyl, heroin, LSD, crystal methamphetamine that are Schedule II drugs. And now they say if they make that change, it should free things up significantly in the cannabis industry. For information like that, I always go to TJ. Good morning, TJ.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Yeah, definitely some good news. Sorry, I'm a little out of pitch this morning. Just getting over a sickness here.
Yeah, whatever. Where'd you guys go? Where'd you guys go campaigning last night that you didn't call me?
I wish it was. No, the kids, they bring over some gaga from school tonight, and they like to share it with the parents.
There's oh my God, there's plenty of that going on. I want you guys to know whatever it is that the kids gave you, I probably gave to them. Because I feel like I spent all of September sick of something, and finally coming out into October feeling a little bit closer to myself. But yeah, I'm hearing that from everybody. Everybody has got something. I got a little girl that works here at the radio station, and she can't talk. It's in between bouts of coughing. Big sister Shelly has got some coughing issues out there. And what do you have over at your place that might help relieve these symptoms here, TJ?
Well, if you're having a hard time sleeping and you can't smoke it, you can always eat it. We got the edibles at our vape store.
Nice to hear.
I did have to take one of those shots, though, because I couldn't go to sleep. So I had trouble sleeping, and that thing put me out. I was out for the next day, but I had a great night's sleep, though. And I didn't have to smoke anything. It didn't hurt my throat or whatnot.
When you're better, let's spend some time talking about that. I've been reading something about wellness, and you can define that however you want to. But one of the things that help define a person's wellness is how well they are sleeping. And sometimes you might just need a couple of shots of something. And when I say shots, I'm talking about your stuff, that DT8. Maybe a couple of shots of that to help re-regulate your sleeping patterns, get you back into a good 7 hours of sleep a night, 8 hours of sleep if you can get it. And sometimes some of those products that you have will induce a very relaxing 7 or 8 hours worth of sleep.
Oh yeah, you'll get into that REM sleep where you're in that deep, like very healing type of sleep where your body's truly like recovering.
Right. We'll get around to doing that later. But to tell you what, I don't have time. Number one, and number two, I really do want to get some thoughts out of you on what a game changer would be for the cannabis industry if all of a sudden it was in a Schedule I substance.
Oh yeah, definitely. If that thing opens up, man, the banking is one of the biggest things that's going to help us out. If they can take that off that Schedule I and declassify that as a drug, we definitely going to open up a lot of floodgates for investment.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely getting into the banking industry. The next hurdle would be the government regulations as far as the taxes and what we can claim as an industry in order to avail of the same benefits as other businesses here on the island.
All right, we'll spend some time talking about that after the weekend. Take care of yourself, would you?
I appreciate it. Thanks, man. You have a good one.
You too. Hey, just after 8 o'clock in the morning, here's Fox News on The Point.
Marijuana possession who may be denied employment, housing, or educational opportunities as a result of that conviction.
The president is urging governors to do the same for state offenses, saying no one should be in jail for marijuana use. A second U.S. airstrike in Syria. This one killed one of the top 5 ISIS leaders and the deputy of ISIS in Syria.
An official who was responsible for prisoner affairs as well was killed. This airstrike came hours after a daring raid conducted by U.S. special operators near Qamishli, targeting another ISIS leader responsible for smuggling weapons and fighters. All 3 are dead tonight.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. A man is in custody after several people were stabbed, 2 fatally on the Las Vegas Strip.
Officials revealing this was by the Wynn Hotel, tweeting victims were transported to area hospitals with unknown extent of injuries.
There was actually a lot of blood. There was one showgirl on the ground. There was another showgirl on top of her trying to help her friend.
Maxim Wallace, a tourist visiting from Canada, translating for a friend speaking French, telling Las Vegas's Fox 5 News some of the victims were showgirls taking pictures with people.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. A judge has delayed the trial between Twitter and Elon Musk, giving Musk more time to close the $44 billion deal to buy the company. Twitter has been seeking a court order to force the completion of the merger and says it intends to close the deal at the agreed-upon price. Musk's attorney said earlier today the trial should be adjourned to leave more time for Musk to secure the financing. On Wall Street, stocks closed lower again, but have still managed to hold on to sizable gains for the week. The Dow down 346, the NASDAQ lost 75. America is listening to Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Federal prosecutors in New York are going after businesses they say are selling untraceable ghost guns on the street.
Department of Justice lawyers say the components used to assemble guns with no trackable serial numbers are adding to the violence on city streets. U.S. Attorney Breon Peace filed a statement of interest which tells the courts of the DOJ's intent to work with entities down to the local level on addressing a rise in the number of ghost guns. The U.S. Attorney's Eastern District Office has already created a civil initiative to reduce gun violence. It was created after a White House call to start a whole-of-government effort to reduce gun crime. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
School officials in Uvalde, Texas, have fired a former Texas state trooper who was on the scene of the Robb Elementary School shooting in May and then hired by the district. The district apologized for the pain the revelation of the hiring of Crimson Elizondo has caused. An Academy Award winner goes to court to defend himself in a civil trial.
Kevin Spacey arrived in a New York City courtroom Thursday for a civil lawsuit filed by a fellow actor. Anthony Rapp in 2017 accused Spacey of sexual misconduct in an alleged encounter 3 decades earlier. Rapp, then 14 years old, says Spacey tried to seduce him at a party in his apartment. Rapp claims a drunk Spacey swept him up in his arms, laid him on a bed, and climbed on top of him. Spacey, in a statement, had no recollection of the incident, but added if he did behave that way, he owes Rapp a sincere apology for what would have been deeply inappropriate drunken behavior. But since then, lawyers for Spacey argue the allegation is false. Both men are expected to testify. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
For the third time this week, a fire has broken out at an Amazon warehouse facility. This one happened yesterday in upstate New York, where workers are voting in a union election next week. The company says it was a small fire. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
It's not an accident to live a healthy, long life. It's a choice. The food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe. A deep, restful sleep along with exercise will put you on a good path to live a healthier, longer life. At NutriWay Systems, we choose to help people find the right solutions to live a longer, healthier life. Make the right choice. NutriWay Systems. Come by our office today. We are located on the second floor of the Daily Plaza in Dededo, or give us a call at 671-864-7867.
Joyce Broadcasting introduces their unbeatable lineup of morning show. Hands down winners of Guam's morning radio battle.
Daryl Lizama grooves his way through Boss 104 playing Guam's favorite classic hits.
Morning mouth Ray Gibson shakes the cage on 93.3 The Point.
And now, we are proud to announce the Morning Blender with Kyle Mandapat, mixing it up at sunrise on Star 101.
If you're an advertiser trying to reach the most valuable ears, we've got the shows that listeners have been tuning into for decades.
One call gets all three.
671-888-7346. That's 888-REIO.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Hafaday, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 9 Chinese nationals were caught walking in from the reef at Pago Bay yesterday. Guam Customs Director Ike Pareto says his agents believe the group was dropped just outside the reef early in the morning and started to walk in when they were spotted. They are being questioned by the task force set up to investigate those illegally sneaking in by boat from the CNMI. There is no word if they could be facing any charges. Prosecutors have been going after the drivers of the boat that have been sneaking these particular groups that have been coming in for months. Fisherman Ernest John Kanga says he knows the fishermen and boats that go to Pago Bay and uses a spotlight to help anyone enter safely. This is the latest discovery in recent weeks since authorities have been catching Chinese nationals sneaking into Guam from the CNMI. 9 others, whom prosecutors say were all boat drivers, are facing charges in local court. The issue has been ongoing for several months. The task force is communicating with authorities in the CNMI as investigations begin in this recent case. And one of the charges faced by retired police Lieutenant Jojo Garcia is connected to trying to retrieve his issued firearm from the GPD armory. A GPD major currently testifying says he wasn't sure if Garcia's behavior was going to lead to an active shooter event in January. Major Fred Chargaloff testified on Tuesday, saying he was ordered by the chief of police not to relinquish the weapons to Garcia. Chargaloff says Garcia's reaction made it a volatile situation. After Garcia left the armory, Chargaloff was faced with a civilian employee asking if people in the area would be safe. This led Chargaloff to reassess the situation and evacuate the building. He later contacted the chief of police and wrote up an incident report. Defense attorney Peter Santos argued that Garcia did not threaten anyone and left without causing any incident, adding that Garcia was never investigated criminally, but the report filed by Chargaloff was used by the prosecution to charge him. Garcia was also charged in connection to a viral video showing him arguing with a handful of people in Dedito while armed with what appeared to be a rifle. He also has another charge in connection with an incident at a firing range. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
A memo between GITA and the governor's office has been updated to reflect a no-cost extension in the use of grant funding awarded to support the development of a medical and public health services action plan. This is the initiative that has promised to build a new public hospital and other healthcare facilities and programs. GITA Administrator and CEO Melanie Mendiola says the extension is set to expire on the 31st of December. About $1.76 million in federal grant funding was awarded for the project. The development of a new medical campus has been a chief project for the governor's administration. Cost estimates have gone up to about $800 million for a new hospital alone. The extension will not include any additional expenses, just more time to complete the task. There is a requirement to plan review meetings with relevant stakeholders throughout the process. And flu season is here, but public health officials are advising residents not to rule out COVID-19 if they become ill and instead take precautionary steps to get tested and vaccinated for the viruses. While there has been a downward trend of new cases for most age groups on Guam, an uptick was seen in the number of elderly COVID-19 cases. Guam's Manamku is advised to get multiple vaccinations. Territorial epidemiologist Dr. Ann Pabutsky notes that Guam has seen a lot of hospitalizations and emergency room visits for flu as the numbers for influenza A are up. Public health is looking toward Australia in its prediction of a bad flu season, as the influenza virus typically migrates globally from south to north. Public health officials also note there has been an increase in hospitalizations of pediatric patients with the flu in the last month and a half, causing a lot of problems with bronchitis. In light of this, residents are advised to receive flu vaccinations. Officials say contracting the flu or any respiratory infection can increase susceptibility to the virus that causes COVID-19. The flu shot is safe to take at the same time as a COVID-19 vaccine or booster. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
I got you. Let me see. 8:11 in the morning. Is there going to be some weather? Are we doing that today? You know what I want to do here? I want to. While I've got some time, especially with you, because you're going to be leaving soon here. There's some hard questions that need to be answered, and they've gone and done some surveys to find out what the majority position is on these things. I'll give you an example. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not?
I keep hearing that, so
Come
I
on,
guess
man.
maybe it is.
55% of people say it is not.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here to tell you.
I've never seen it, so I don't know.
I think that what?
I've never seen Die Hard.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know.
How did you have such an underprivileged life? How is it possible that you made it all the way through to here and never watched Die Hard?
What?
1 or 2 or what are we up to? 3?
What?
I'm
Bruce
picky.
Willis?
I watch weird
Yippee-ki-yay,
stuff.
blankety blank.
Is it? What is it?
Yippee-ki-yay.
Is it
That's a
funny?
Doug Moreland thing.
Yeah.
Is it funny?
There are funny moments.
Oh, but it's not a comedy.
It's not a comedy, but there are funny moments, and it occurs at a Christmas party, a company Christmas party at the Nakatomi Building, and where's that? Los Angeles, someplace like that. And I'm not going to explain. I'm just going to say that in my mind it is. All right.
I'm not going to watch it. So
All right.
you might as well just
When it comes here, and this is a question that I think has only recently been posited to the community. Does a straw have 1 hole or 2? Donna? You're the smart one.
What? What's the question?
Does a straw have 1 hole or 2?
It has 1 hole, but it has 2 openings.
Thank you very much.
Mark says there's 4 of them.
What?
Yeah.
He said what?
There's 4 of
4
them.
holes in a straw?
Diehards.
Oh, 4 diehards.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm the one. I'm not sure if I've seen anything past.
I could be wrong.
Wait a second. No, there's the one in the building. And then there's one with Samuel, what's his name in it, right?
Oh.
Is that 1 or 2 or 3?
It's one at an airport, I think.
The one, and then there's one with the guy's brother.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then the son.
All right, everybody, we're all watching that this weekend for Christmas. And here's another question: is it smooth or chunky when it comes to peanut butter? Where are you on the smooth or chunky question? This is important stuff for a Friday. You're smooth. All right, smooth.
I think it
Donna?
depends too, right? Because, most of the time, smooth because I'm eating it with something else, like spreading it on something.
Like avocados?
No, but you know what? Let's try that.
All right,
like
I got
bread,
you.
but if you're going to eat it by itself, like just a spoonful, crunchy's pretty good.
All right, the majority of the people say when we're putting it on just regular bread, smooth is the way to do this. I will also throw you in another direction here. If you ever have the opportunity and you are in Japan, buy Japanese peanut butter. It comes in, and every once in a while they'll have it at Tokyo Mart. But it is peanut butter. It is ultra creamy and sweet. I want to say that they put some honey in this and they just whip it up until it's like super. I don't know the name of the brand, but
it's a small jar.
It's a small little tub. The tub the same size like the thing that red rice comes in from KFC. About the same size as that. Yeah. Well, it's good though. I mean,
Japan is small.
Yeah, they're small over there.
They are.
All right,
yeah,
so
they are small.
All right, this didn't turn into as funny a bit as I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to go ahead with the weather at this time. Mostly sunny today. Yes, grill marks and highs near 88 degrees west northwest. Winds up to about 7 miles an hour. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight. Back to mostly sunny on Saturday. So if you were thinking about beach, why not beach all weekend, bro? Scattered showers and thunderstorms could be coming in tomorrow night. We'll see what happens, and if it does, they're going to linger. It could make for partly sunny skies on Sunday with mostly cloudy on Sunday night. Some of you have got kids that are in schools that are not going to be open on Monday, and I have no idea which ones they are. It's Columbus Day Monday or Indigenous People Day.
Or Discoverers Day.
Or Discoverers Day, yeah, whatever politically correct version we're using this year, that's what it is. Some of you have got the day off, some of you don't, and we will all be jelly of you on Monday for those of us that are going to be working like the 3 of us here. Sunset tonight, it's going to be at 6:07. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together on The Point.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Presenting the KFC's famous chicken bowls. This time we're bringing back your all-time favorite. Try KFC's new chicken adobo bowl with chicken cooked in a local adobo style served over rice. Or the original famous bowls with KFC's chicken served in a bowl of mashed potatoes or red rice sprinkled with cheese on top. All three of KFC's famous chicken bowls are available at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Guam Regional Medical City. They are your health care partner.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Sup? Ray Gibson Show. Just a couple of notes to get to before I bring in Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. Celebrity birthdays. We already talked about today's Vladimir Putin and Joey Behar. And I tell you what, if I was invited to their birthday parties, I'd skip Joey's completely. I know Putin invaded Ukraine, and there's a lot of people that are like, you know, oh, please don't bomb me.
Yeah.
Don't send over
But
a
he
nuke.
knows how to party.
Don't, you know, the Chernobyl is here. Can you just calm down around here, space guy? But happy birthday to him. Chevy Chase is 79 tomorrow. The king of Saturday from Saturday Night Live when it was funny. He is 79 years old. Sigourney Weaver turned 73. I know, right? Yeah, take your hands off her, you. Kim Wayans in Living Color turns 61 years old. Actor Matt Damon. Happy 52nd birthday to him. And soon to be all of Guam's favorite baby daddy, Nick Cannon, is 42 years old today.
Wow.
How about that? Brittany's baby
42
daddy.
only, huh? 10 babies?
He's got 10 altogether. 3, I believe, from Brittany.
And he's 42?
He's 42 years old.
Not like it matters. Guys can.
You know, it never runs out. Over the weekend, Jackson Brown will be celebrating 74 years. Scott Bakula is 68 years old. What show was he in? Do you remember?
I don't, man.
And one of the famous Lennon boys, Sean, is 47. I can't remember whether he's the oldest or the youngest.
He's the younger one. He's Yoko's kid.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So he's the one that didn't come to Guam. Because his brother Julian came to Guam for a performance and then split. The guy like, oh, never mind. I got something else going on. I don't think they sold enough tickets. So the guy jetted. 8:19 in the morning. Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. I wanted to catch you today because I know that Monday and Tuesday are going to be busy for you. Good morning, Maria. How you doing?
Half a day, Ray Gibson.
Half a day. Are you going to pray for me at church this weekend?
Yes, I will.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you keeping me in. That's the only reason why I'm still alive is Maria Pangalinan's prayers. Just FYI. Anyway, so Guam Election Commission going to be cranking over the next couple of days. You're still in the midst of training folks to watch the precincts and do all of that kind of work, plus getting everything prepped up and ready to go for early voting starting Tuesday, right?
That's correct. So our early voting will start bright and early at 9 o'clock starting Tuesday, October 11th. We will go from Tuesday to Friday all the way to November 3rd. Just note that November 2nd is a Government of Guam holiday.
Right.
So we will be closed on November 2nd.
All Souls Day.
All Souls Day.
Right.
We will be open at Weston from 9 to 6 Tuesday through Friday, and starting next week Saturday we will open district satellite centers.
Nice.
So on Saturday, October 15th, we will be at Okudu High School. Every Saturday we will be there from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Every Saturday where we go.
Right. Okay. So Ukadu just once.
Just once. And at these satellite stations, centers, anybody can come to vote. If you're from Jigo, you can go to Dededo. If you're from Alesu, you can go to Okudu.
Right. Okay. The only thing is we're not taking any Tauruses at Ukadu. I'm sorry. There's something about your... I'm kidding. It's all zodiac signs are welcome to go and vote at the Ukadu location. So that's the first of the Saturdays. I think you've got 3 of them, right?
That's correct. So on October 22nd, we will be in Manilao at the Guam Community College Multipurpose Auditorium.
I got a question from Tommy Bernardo for you. Is it really illegal to photograph? And it says your comp, but I'm not sure what the rest of that is. So when I go into the voting precinct, can I? Because that's the only way I can remember who I voted for. If I don't have a piece of paper and a pencil, so I can't take a picture of anything.
It's totally illegal. You cannot in the election code of Guam. It mentions that no, you cannot photograph the ballot.
That's stale. Why is that?
Because you might stuff the ballot box with more ballots, I think.
It's not like I got a printer. It's not like I'm walking in with my phone and a printer.
Yeah. The other thing is the reason you cannot take pictures inside the polling room is that everybody is supposed to be voting in secret. So you don't want the law says we don't want you to know that Maria and Ray Gibson were voting at JQ San Miguel at the same time on Tuesday, November 8th.
Right. But what if I want to get a selfie with you?
Outside the polling room.
I see. So it's not on the inside. Because what I like to do, the other thing I like to do is I like to take my phone and then put it up over the top of the voting here so I can see what other people are voting.
That's why the law is written specifically for Ray Gibson.
I'm sorry, it's just kind of a ridiculous moment. Wait a second, but I can bring my phone in, right? If I previously did one of those sample ballots and there's a reminder about who I thought I was going to vote for that morning, can I bring my phone in and look at a picture?
Yes, but as soon as we see that we are taking a picture, we will stand next to you until you delete the picture.
Wow. So 8:23 in the morning. Interesting to know this stuff, Tommy. I appreciate the question. Now, one other thing, I guess in the newspaper this morning, there was an offer that was made by the Election Commission for college credits to be applied to folks that were going to be going through the training course as poll watchers and precinct officials. You've got to withdraw that offer, huh? I guess the university is not going to be allowing for actual college credits?
For the undergraduate credits, unless the student is willing to pay $442.
What? That's more than what you're going to pay me to take the course.
So, yes. But teachers who can come on a Saturday, I've offered to open a second section, our first section that starts today, that the second class will be today at 9:30. I offered to start a second section of the class for teachers. So teachers who are interested can still sign up for PD 894. That's a professional development credit course for teachers that can use it for towards recertification. It'll be 2 credits, but it requires that the teachers work as precinct officials.
Okay.
But Guam Election Commission will cover the cost of the class, and Guam Election Commission will pay the teachers, whoever works the election, a stipend of $350.
There we go. So you've got continuing credits. You got a couple of bucks in your pocket for helping out, and you've got something that you can use again and again because it's not like this is the only election that we're ever going to have. So you'll be able to gather up some experience, and if you're good, Maria will hire you again next time.
And hopefully we can give you a raise.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of raises, can you talk to anybody over at the court and tell them that the people on jury duty need more than $30 a day?
Outside my jurisdiction, I'm right here at the Guam Election Commission.
Yeah, I guess it's a different section of the code.
Gibson,
yes, Maria.
We didn't talk about the last district satellite early vote center.
All right, we've got Ukadu is the first one. What's the second again?
GCC in Manilao.
Okay, and then the last one?
Before I go to the last one, if you go to Okudu or GCC, you can register and vote at the same time because registration ends October 24th.
Okay, I'll try to keep those dates in my head.
Okay, so come October 29th, we can go to Malesu Martyrs Elementary School from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
There we go. All right, so district voting, and it's not like you have to be from there. If it's more convenient for you to vote early at those locations, then you can do it. Bring the usual stuff with you, some form of identification, and then have at it. Enjoy it. It's always
and
fun.
Enjoy the drive down to Milesu.
You know, gas is $4.90, baby.
It went down.
I know, but it's still $4.90. I needed to go back to $2.63 like it was when Trump was the president.
Your choice.
Nice.
All I want is to give you a choice.
I appreciate
All we
it.
need to do is give you a choice.
Listen, you have a fantastic day. I got to run. I'll talk to you later.
Si Deus mas.
Good luck with you. There it is. She is the shining star in all of the government of Guam. The only one that holds a candle to her, Janela Carrera. Who will be in the studio in just a little bit. They got a couple of things going on over at the Department of Labor. They're looking to fill in some gaps in bus drivers. Hey, Mr. Bus Driver, remember that old? My first wife would do this thing with her. Hey, Mr. Bus Driver, can you open the doors? Yeah, I guess you had to be there to see it. My very close, very dear personal friend and candidate for Democrat Senator John Savares. Good morning, John. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, my famous MC, the real Joe Cruz. Thank you for Friday. And Biba Betness and Hoppaday Guam.
So it is a Biba Bitness today. We got word, and I don't go along with everything coming out of Washington, D.C., and certainly not anything coming out of Joe Biden. But I think that this is a good thing that he has done. He's gone out there and said, we're going to pardon all of the, I guess on the federal side and in the District of Columbia. They're going, and seriously, they're going to be pardoning folks that have got marijuana convictions. And I thought that was great. The other part is they're going to be asking Health and Human Services as well as the Attorney General of the United States to look over the laws and see if there's a way that we can get marijuana out from under Schedule 1.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I woke up to such great news from the president. Finally releasing his plan for cannabis reform, because this is something that he's talked about. He's talked about on the campaign trail.
Right.
And actually, this is something that was recommended to President Nixon when they did create the Controlled Substances Act and started and put cannabis as a Schedule 1 controlled substance. His advisor, his health advisor, said, "Hey, we should do more research before we schedule this as a Schedule 1 controlled substance."
Yeah, but it was the 70s, and everybody was worried about marijuana and reefer madness. Yeah, that kind of crap. That was.
Absolutely. But now it's time that we're at the point and juncture where we have a president who's making efforts to actually reclassify, reschedule cannabis, and look at it for the values that it actually has. Because where we're at in our community is we've had legal cannabis on Guam for the last 2.5, 3 years, and we haven't had major issues when it comes to this, other than standing up the industry.
Well, and we've talked about all the issues there. Stephen Roberto, I want to say earlier in the week, was the subject of a long-ish article in the Guam Daily Post talking about how the industry is going to be stymied because of the incredible weight of the regulation, huge gravity in the regulations that will actually hold things off for a lot of guys and a lot of people that are interested in the business. I'm hearing from people that say this idea of a lab is the poison pill in the rules and regulations because we're so small. We're talking about an inability for somebody to come in and make that kind of investment here on Guam. Now I'm hearing the opposite, but for the most part, the people that I'm hearing from are not interested necessarily in putting a lab together. Now the flip side of all of this, John, is while President Biden is pardoning people of their federal crimes there and in the District of Columbia, the question is what's being done here on Guam. I asked that question to Crystal Paco earlier from the governor's office, and she pointed me to another Post article from April of this year that said that Governor Guerrero on Wednesday, this is in April, announced plans to pardon individuals who were convicted of petty crimes or misdemeanors related to marijuana when it was still an illegal substance on Guam. We legalized it in 2019. It's now legal. Quote, I am seriously looking and discussing with key stakeholders pardoning those individuals who have been convicted of misdemeanors or single crimes related to marijuana. She said that with Clint Rigel by her side. But, and this is the question, that was in April. What have you done for me lately? And
I haven't heard. I haven't heard anything on that regard. But of course, if we look at what the governor's statement is, and we look at what President Biden is doing, it's lockstep, right? These are things that are moving forward in the right direction for cannabis reform, and this is why we actually have quite a few pro-cannabis people who are running for the legislature that can help these things get to fix the problems that have occurred, and
sure.
getting that piece of legislation through to part in the well, that could be done at the executive branch level, but to actually implement it where we can actually fix this and create a social equity program, because remember, these are felonies. So
no, John, totally with you here. Now, Crystal, in her response, also said that their team is, quote, working to develop the procedure just as DOJ will be doing so on the federal side. So I guess there are steps that the governor's office needs to take. I'm telling you, and I agree with you, maybe the folks over at the legislature can help this process move along a little bit faster with some paperwork that they can put together. I mean, they're going to be going into session sometime in the month, and there's many people in this 36 Guam legislature that are desperate for votes, and this might be the vehicle that keeps them in office. Just saying. Hey, it's 8:32, Brad. I got to run. I got to get Donna in because I got a bigger name coming into the studio after. You have a great weekend, John. Tell your mom I say hi. 8:32 on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D is coming up next.
Victim Advocates Reaching Out is celebrating its 40th anniversary by hosting its inaugural Purple Gala on October 15 at 6 p.m. in the Nico Hotel. Vero is a nonprofit that assists victims of domestic abuse, rape, and traumatic events. Proceeds from the event will benefit victim services like emergency shelter, food, clothing, and necessities. Tickets are $100 each. Call 477-5552 to purchase or make a donation. Special thank you to our generous supporters and the stations of choice broadcasting.
Come on down to Chili's and create your own dynamic duel starting at $29.99. Choose any two of your favorites from these delicious options: margarita grilled chicken, country fried chicken crispers, 6-ounce sirloin, savory acho salmon, or Cajun shrimp. For a few bucks more, upgrade to premium entrees such as the 10-ounce sirloin or ribeye cooked to your liking. Or go big with our famous half-rack baby back ribs. Your dynamic duel creation comes with loaded mashed potatoes. At Chili's, more life and great value happen here. Located on the second floor, Tumon Sands Plaza.
It does sound like a 90s show opening theme song. That's Real Joey's. But I've given him another task today. The task for Real Joe is to start putting together some of what we call it in the radio industry bumper music, because it bumps us into and out of things. But to put together some non-copyrighted Christmas bumper music.
Ew.
It's what?
It's kidding, man.
Time.
Just kidding.
It's time for us to start playing Christmassy sounds here. Yeah.
Just get any of these and add sleigh bells. Bam.
Yeah, anything, the chinnick on the background. Don't disagree with that. But I'm going to do that, and then up on the top, there's a thing that I like to add to the screen. It's like lights, Christmas lights.
Oh.
It's Christmas lights. I could probably
like that.
I could probably get a little, waterfall, snow falling GIF or something like that that I can put into
79 days, Ray.
What?
Christmas. Yeah.
Let me just make a point. There are some countries where you can go, Philippines, where they are already in the Christmas thing. In the beginning of September 1st begins the Burr months, and that begins the celebrations of Christmas. My guess is that if you looked really, really hard, go on Instagram and find a hot Filipina chicks right over, and guarantee there's already Christmas stuff in the background. So I don't want. Here's the thing. I'd rather be early than late on it. So that's why I'm asking you now, because I know how slow you work to get.
That's true, man.
to get.
Hey, man.
Do you want? Sorry, it's not review time.
I've been pardoned by Joe Biden. Leave me alone. Ray.
You mean President Weed?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's 8:35 and time for the last look at big news and headlines. Donna, how did we do?
Basilio Omuere was arrested on 3 different incidents. Court documents state that Omuere was seen by the road pulling his pants down and performing lewd acts on Wednesday. That same day, he was reported for throwing rocks at neighbors' houses and cars. Omuere admitted to police that he regularly does this, but says he does not throw rocks at people. In March, he used a slingshot to shoot at passing vehicles. Omuere goes by nearly a half dozen names and is either 34 or 43 years old. Meanwhile, Speaker Therese Terlahi's Bill 335 was publicly heard on Tuesday and, if enacted, would bring ER to the door. Paramedics will be able to start IVs and perform advanced cardiac life support measures in the field prior to arrival, which will help patients increase their chances to survive outside the hospital. Terlahi says Bill 335 intends to update Guam's emergency medical services policy to align with the national certification standards. And the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association and the Guam Travel and Tourism Association will be teaming up to host 2 events in the coming days to discuss the economy and the return of the visitor industry. Key industry leaders and officials from UOG will be announcing results from the latest economic survey regarding the conditions of the local business market. The 2022 Tourism Forum is scheduled for 9 to 11 in the morning on Tuesday, October 18 at the Riga Royal Laguna Guam Resort's Grand Ballroom. And that was your last look at headlines on The Point.
All right. Gotcha. I'm ignoring a couple of stories here. One about the long COVID reality, because I'm worried that it might end up being just fear porn saying, oh, get the vaccine, you're still going to get COVID. But maybe you won't get long COVID. Maybe that's what's going to happen. And then there's a story that I've has been on the periphery over the last couple of days about Elon Musk and Twitter and what it is that they want to do with the thing. And there's a write-up here that talks about his plans for Twitter may go beyond what we think of as a standard social media app. He wants to put together X, which will be the everything app. The concept of an everything app or a super app, which serves as a hub for multiple services within a single user interface, is based on the model for mobile software that's dominant in China via WeChat, the original super app, they say. And I've never heard of WeChat, and I've never heard of anybody touting a super app.
Oh, yeah.
Can I download WeChat on the phone?
I don't know, man. If it's free.
If it's free, it might be. You never. Come on in. It's okay. Come on, it's a girl. Janelle is going to be making her way into the studio here. I'm just saying. 8:38 in the morning. There's a bunch of other stuff in the table of contents that we'll get around to talking about here in just a minute. Do I need to take a break? Should I?
You should.
All right. Just coming back with Janelle up from the Department of Labor, where they're going to be taking some very, very active steps here to fill the gaps in the bus driver ranks. More on that after these.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100, calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
8:40 in the morning. We got to turn microphones on so that we can get pictures up on the screen. My very close, very dear personal friend, Janella Carrera, is in the studio. She's from the Department of Labor. Maybe you've heard of the outfit. Normally we have Dave Del Sole here, but Dave doesn't have near as many pretty dresses as Janella does.
Dave is actually not feeling too well right now.
Has he got what everybody else has?
Probably. My kids also got it. And I'm expecting that at some point I'm going to get it.
Yeah. Well, I hope not, because, I mean, if Dave's sick, you're the one running the store now, right?
No.
Over at the Department of Labor?
No, I'm not that important.
Oh, you got Massey. You got Massey to help out, right?
There's Massey.
Yeah, and a bunch of other guys. All right. Anyway, so there was a story that was lingering in the news the other day about, what did it say? That we've got a shortage of bus drivers. And I thought, wow, that's amazing.
You know, prior to the beginning of the school year, there was already talk amongst DOE officials that we have a shortage of bus drivers. So there's always a need. You know, we communicate with Vince Areola over at DPW constantly. My understanding over at GRTA is that they increased their fleet. And so they need to fill these vacancies so that they can match the ratio, one bus driver, 1-to-1, right? So the program over at GRTA is, so they have some bus drivers who don't have the complete set of licenses, driver's licenses, to be able to operate a full-fledged large bus. So the kind of license that they have is really just to operate the smaller,
like a chauffeur's license.
Yeah, chauffeur's license.
Yeah.
And so this is there's 3 cohorts. Bus driver boot camp cohorts. There's cohort 1, 2, and 3. So currently, ongoing right now is cohort 2, and that's the one where they're trying to expand certifications for GRTA bus drivers. The recruitment that we're announcing is for cohort 3. And that's open to the public. So anyone who's interested in becoming a bus driver, you don't need any experience.
Is it big buses, right?
Yeah, school buses.
Okay, school bus size,
So
tour bus size.
You get all the licenses to be able to operate these vehicles.
So in the past, and you know this because you were working in the news departments when it was happening, there was always a shortage of people that could drive any kind of big rig, a truck or a bus, and a lot of that had to do with the ability to get these guys through the testing procedures at DMV over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. Right. So I'm going to make a leap of an assumption here and say that you've already factored that in, and so in addition to the training that you will get, we've also got a pipeline to getting yourself tested.
Yes. So you go through. So this whole program is 480 hours divided by 8.
Joe.
Divided by 5.
44.
Thank you. You're close.
He's on it?
Yeah,
What did he say?
He's close. He said 44.
Okay.
Reasonably close. Not bad. Not bad for a Duaneus guy.
Yeah.
Good
so
job.
480 hours worth of paid training. So you learn and you're getting paid. Basically, it's like on-the-job training. And at the end of it, you get all your certifications. You pass a test. You get all the licenses that you need. So it's a chauffeur's license, and I think it's a D license as well.
Yeah.
And so this whole program was put together, of course, with the administration, with
Mario Okada, et cetera.
Right, GCC, we have DPW, we have GRTA. And then, of course, the governor's office has always talked about wanting to put these together because we need more bus drivers. We need more people who are capable of operating these vehicles.
Okay, so see, here's what's going to happen is I'm a private sector bus guy, and say I need to hire guys. I'm going to be at graduation. I'm going to poach these dudes before they have a chance to work for Vince.
So these programs, these bus driver cohorts, boot camps that we have, we have jobs lined up for them. So at the end of training, once you pass the period, it's like an apprenticeship period, then you basically have a job waiting for you. But we have talked about possibly partnering with other companies, even private sector companies who are looking for bus drivers. So I know, like, for example, with GRTA, because GRTA is that they have a contract with Kloppenberg. So some of the bus drivers actually do end up working for as bus drivers for Kloppenberg.
Right, driving the tour buses around Turtle Tours.
Buses or mass transit vehicles. But, of course, there are other companies out there that are going to be looking, that are going to want to fill that need. And that's why we have this cohort.
So I'm glad that you are here to talk about it. But the question I have here is, to what degree are people latching into this? Stephen from PDN a few weeks back was writing a story about how he wanted to take a class over at GCC, and they canceled the class because there wasn't enough interest in it.
He's the only one.
He said, yeah, like me. What do you want to do? Electrical. I want to figure out.
I'm over 55.
Yeah.
I can do this now.
Yes. No, he's and he's absolutely right. That is a big, kind of an attractor. If you don't have to pay for anything at the school other than whatever the fees and books are, then by all means I want to get involved in it. So I'm assuming that because you're here, maybe there is not enough interest in this, and maybe we need to get some more awareness going on.
So I wouldn't say there's not enough interest. The bus driver boot camp cohort 1, we actually, I want to say we had maybe between 10 to 15 graduates.
Okay.
So that's a good amount. Bus driver cohort 2 is one with GRTA so that we can upskill the employees that they have. This time we're opening it up to the public.
As you say.
And I think, once the public is aware that there is a bus driver boot camp that they can apply for, I think we'll probably get more interest, because there are actually a lot of people that are capable of driving large vehicles.
Yeah.
They just don't realize
I'm not one of them. I have a smallish truck because I panic when I go to deduce it, in the parking that they've got
like
there.
me.
I am. No, we are exactly alike here. Sometimes when it comes into that, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get this car in the parking space, and end up climbing out the window and doing all that stuff. No, I'm not good with big rigs. Are there any prerequisites to this? I mean, as you said, it's open to the public. But I mean, do I need a C or a regular driver's license?
Yes, there are. So the most basic requirements are you need to be at least 18.
Mm-hmm.
You need to have a high school diploma or equivalent.
Okay.
You need to be able to pass a drug test. Very important, especially if you're going to be driving, school children to and from work.
Do I get to pick the clinic? Can I pick the testing facility?
We'll go as a contract.
Right.
You need to be able to, or you need to have a clean traffic record.
Okay.
And then there's one more. There's, what is it? I have one more. Okay, so it's 18 years. And have a driver's license.
And some kind of a driver. You have to show that we have a passing understanding of how things work on the road.
So those are the 5 minimum requirements. Now, once you get your foot in the door, then there's the registration process. We put you through a registration process at Higher Guam. So this is with the American Job Center.
Mm-hmm.
And there may or may not be additional documents or requirements for eligibility based on your applicability.
And this is open to anybody that meets those requirements, and we're not doing means testing or anything like that. So,
not at all.
if you're looking for a job, you want to get the training and get paid while you train. That's another important thing. How long will cohort 3 last, do you know?
It's 480 hours.
Whatever that ends up to be in terms of days.
Because there may be days where it's not all 8 hours that you're getting trained. And so it may be more than 44 days.
We would like to see more women in this field.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up, because in our not our last graduate, but I'm sorry, yes, it's cohort 1. I want to say we might have had one or two women in the class.
Right.
And this was actually a great sight to see, because, this is an industry that's dominated by men, right? But I think women should, if they have any type of capability of operating a large vehicle, whether it's a passenger van or a van,
right?
I don't think it's beyond
everything is
anyone.
There's all automatic stuff now anymore, right? We just a little bit of gear work over here and driving the big with the huge steering wheel that the guy has. That's all we got to put together over in those things.
We actually also have some guys who are veterans or were contracted by the military to drive military vehicles. And
that's the equivalency. Yeah, the equivalency is going to be fall down, right? It's going to be all right. You did this in the military, you can do it here. We'll pay you for it. We will take care of all your certifications. We will get you licensed so that you can from graduation day start working right now.
Exactly.
at whatever wages that they're going to be applying to you. I don't know what GRTA pays. I will assume that at GovGuam kind of company, you're going to be lined up for all of the regular. I mean, hell, do it for the insurance, if for no other reason.
For the benefits,
get into government of Guam and start riding on some of those benefits.
The great thing about GovGuam is once you get your foot in the door, you have opportunities available to you. So whether you start
I
out
know
as
that you'll never ever be in my private sector again. I will never turn on the television and have you doing news again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, I figured out how to do it, by the way.
Okay.
Gig work.
Oh.
You will be a contractor, so you're not doing DOL stuff after about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Come on by, take a look at the scripts. We'll get you on at 6, and then out the door at 6:30.
Gig work is a great way to earn extra cash.
Exactly, and I don't know that there are too many prohibitions from being able to do that. Although
I think for GovGuam, you really just need to notify them.
Right.
That's all it is.
Exactly. Yeah. Talk to your supervisor about getting all of that stuff. Wondering who the pretty lady is? That's Janelle Carrera. She's now with the Department of Labor and talking about a boot camp that could get you a job behind the wheel of a big rig or a big busser or something like that. Next obvious question from the guy that does radio for a living. What's the next big kind of boot camp that you guys have got going on? Mary Okada once referred to them as boot camps on steroids. There's a ton of federal money out there, and there's a ton of need to get people either upskilled in their craft or skilled into a new craft. And so it's going to be fun to see how we identify what those gaps are and all bring everything together to get the teachers and the students and the materials in one place.
We've got a ton of programs. I don't want to say a ton. We've got several programs over at the AJC, at the American Job Center, and at DOL, and in partnership with GCC. GCC has been a great partner because anytime that there's some kind of apprenticeship program or some kind of boot camp, GCC has always been there together along with us. But I think some of the areas that they haven't really ever stopped. We've got the apprenticeship program in partnership with Cabris Marine, and that's also with GCC. We've got some youth initiatives that are lined up in the next couple of months. So those are things that we want to focus on, is getting our youth into.
As a member of the youth community, I'm kind of curious as to what that might entail.
Well, a lot of it really is working, possibly if we can work with DOE to start them young and get them interested in some of these apprenticeship programs. And then also doing outreach amongst our at-risk youth. And so those are some of the big things we have lined up. And then, of course, just the bus driver boot camp. This is the third cohort. I don't think it'll be the last. And so we have that initiative. We have the Job Corps program, which we've talked about in the past. That's another big one that we also are really working towards, trying to get our, again, youth programs, trying to get our youth interested in employment and securing employment and getting training for it. And then, we always work with the veterans community, because they are a priority area for us. And so anytime you know of a veteran that's out of work, unemployed.
There's so many great programs, and unfortunately, as you, I'm sure, have learned now being at DOL for a while, is that you get a lot of these programs and you just go, wow, I wish we could, bigger hook to get more of these guys into these programs. So we can dedicate whole shows just to talking about.
That's why I'm there. Marketing.
The benefits of the benefits available for veterans from just about any portion of there are some jobs in the military that can translate quite easily into private sector love, and then there's some that you got to tweak, or you've got to get yourself a set of new skills. And it's an amazing the amount of money that is available for that kind of things, and the programs. If we could just get more guys into it. I mean, there's a lot of businesses that want to hire vets because they, you got guys that are disciplined, they're generally clean, and they've got a lot of experience, but sometimes you can't afford them. And I know that there are programs working with GCC, the Department of Labor, and Veterans Affairs that will allow for certain portions of their salary to be paid for by these grants and other funds. So if you're a veteran in the program, go to the AGC.
Yes,
go hireguam.com on the World Wide Web. If you haven't already, get yourself registered in there.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things, too, that we want to look at is once we have another report out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, then we'll be able to see the areas that are in high demand or in need.
Now, there's a big jobs
so
report supposed to be coming out nationwide
Labor
tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's kind of spooky because the markets have already responded, and they're all down for the day in anticipation of some gloomy employment numbers coming out of the United States mainland. And I kind of wonder what the numbers are looking like out here.
Yeah, so we
You got a report coming out?
Hopefully soon.
Okay.
Because we are due soon. So hopefully we'll have that out soon. And we'll be able to see areas where the labor index indicates that we need to increase employment. The one thing that I do want to say is, we're in the middle of a construction boom. And so there's always going to be a need for skilled workers in construction.
You heard
areas.
what Admiral Nicholson was saying. I mean, we're basically starting. It feels like we're starting a whole nother phase of construction.
Right.
And what is it going to be? $1 billion, $2 billion in construction a year over the next several.
That's
so
insane.
it is insane. And you'll note that the prevailing wages might be nudging up in many of those categories. I'm sure you were part of the Guam Contractors Association get together last weekend. Did you go?
I wasn't able to go, but we did have some of our staff go.
Well, I told everybody you were going to be there in a cheerleader outfit. What do you mean you didn't go? Janella makes me a liar yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, speaking of other get-togethers, it was not that long ago that you guys had that gigantic job fair over at the Riga Hotel,
Riga Royal.
the Sheraton, the old Sheraton. You got another one of those coming up?
So we actually, interestingly enough, we have a small kind of job fair today, very small. It's
Today?
a partnership. Yes, it's over at the GCIC. It's at our office at Department of Labor at the third floor conference room, and this is in partnership with IP&E. So one thing I want to note.
I know those guys. Yeah. There's Shell and IP&E family and Pacific Points. Yeah,
those guys. So they have we have a mini job fair going on in partnership with them. So what we want to also let employers know is that if they ever need help putting together a job fair, they need assistance from Department of Labor, whatever services we can offer, we're more than happy to assist. And so just give us a call at the AJC. We can get one of our guys or a couple of our guys to help plan, help give them feedback because we have experience in putting job fairs together, right? So that's something that we've been wanting employers to know is that anytime they need assistance with a job fair, they want us to come out and help, want us to help coordinate or facilitate, we're more than happy to assist.
There's a sense that I have from talking to other guys in the business community about, it seems like people don't want to work. I've got the openings, I've got great benefits, and we got good salaries, but I can't get enough people to apply for these jobs. And even if they do apply, there's nothing that says that they're going to show up for an interview. And even if they do show up for an interview,
that's exactly okay. So that's the feedback that I got. That's the feedback that I got when I was at our large job fair. Some of the employers were saying, we put our own job fairs together, or even smaller ones, just at our office. We put out a notice in the paper or on social media, and they get a few people coming in. But when we held that large job fair, as you know, we had maybe about 2,000 people come through, and so I think it sometimes just needs some kind of push from an agency like DOL. Some kind of partnership that lets people know this is a job fair where I will have more help than just your standard. I'm going to go in and submit my application and wait for them to give me a call back.
Is there a connection that needs to be made by the number of people that are on welfare that are capable of working but don't? There's no requirement. There was for a little bit, kind of a requirement coming out of the PUAs that if you were going to continue to receive this, you had to show that you were earnestly looking for work. We'll keep giving you money, but you've got to. Is there a connection that needs to be made with that now for SNAP recipients? Look, if you're capable of working, then you really ought to be out looking and maybe hustling for a job. If you want to continue to keep getting these benefits, you need to show us that you can't get employed.
Right. So, I want to say, because I came from public health, right, and so I'm somewhat familiar with the program. And so I know that there was a federal, somewhat kind of a waiver for able-bodied individuals to have to look for work, and I believe the reason was because of the pandemic. I'm not sure if that has been restored back to where it was before, where you need to go and actively look for work.
I don't believe
I don't believe so. I think it's still waived, and so
I think maybe there's a lot of employers that could use that little nudge out in the employable community. 8:59 and change. I got 45 seconds, and I'm going to use it asking you, what are you doing? You look terrific.
Oh.
You look great. Love your
thank
hair.
you for that.
Love the dress. Are you
Kili
working
Kili
out?
check.
Thank you.
I cannot do a Kili check. She specifically wore. I'm glad. I mean, she's got a bosomy outfit, number one, but she's got sleeves in there, so there's no possibility of a Kili
I'm
check.
doing keto.
Keto?
It's not working so well.
Because we like rice.
Because I love food.
Yes, I know how that goes. Listen, I'd love to flirt with you a little bit longer. I got some folks coming in the next hour. For information, AJC, HireGuam.com on the World Wide Web.
475-7000 or visit us at the GCIC building, 3rd floor.
All right. Anything else you need, find me, and I will get you in touch with her. Dave Del Sol, sorry we missed you here this morning, but I think she did a great job. Yes, feel better into the weekend. It's 9. Here's Fox News.
That's what Las Vegas police are saying about the suspect in a series of stabbings on the Las Vegas Strip.
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Captain Dory Corn says a suspect is in custody following stabbings in front of a casino that left 2 people dead and at least 6 others injured.
Of the 8 victims, unfortunately and very tragically, 2 of them have passed. There are 3 others that are in critical condition, and then the others appear to be stable, but we will update as we know more information.
Telling Las Vegas's Fox 5 News, officials have secured the scene, adding the weapon recovered was a large kitchen knife. Officials revealing this was by the Wynn Hotel, not confirming witness reports that some of the victims were showgirls, saying the investigation is in its early stages. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
President Biden is pardoning thousands of Americans convicted of simple possession of marijuana under federal law.
No one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana. It's already legal in many states. And criminal records for marijuana possession have led to needless barriers to employment, to housing, to educational opportunities.
The president calling on governors to do the same. The White House says the president is directing the Attorney General and Secretary of Health and Human Services to review how marijuana is classified under federal law. Crews continue the cleanup and recovery in Florida more than a week after Hurricane Ian devastated the southwest part of the state. Governor Ron DeSantis says Pine Island is once again connected to the mainland.
You saw the Publix trucks going across. The Publix is open there. Fresh stuff again, just like normal. Now you're going to see more power crews be able to just go in there.
The causeway that connects Sanibel to the rest of Florida has been wiped out, but DeSantis says electrical crews are able to get there via helicopter. America is listening to Fox News.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Police in California examining new surveillance video as they hunt for a potential serial killer.
The video shows the image of a person of interest walking near one of the murder scenes that includes Oakland and Stockton. Stockton Chief of Police Stanley McFadden says the person's gait and posture are noticeable characteristics.
We know it's an unsteady gait where it's not that usual walk pattern that most people have. We don't know if it's an ankle injury or just how the person strides.
The Stockton Police Task Force also announced a significant reward of $125,000 for information leading to an arrest in this case. Laura Engel, Fox News.
2 Russians who say they fled the country to avoid mandatory military service have requested asylum in the U.S. after landing on a remote Alaskan island in the Bering Sea. Senator Lisa Murkowski's office says a statement from Senator Dan Sullivan's office doesn't specify when the incident happened, though Sullivan was alerted to the matter by a community leader from the Bering Strait region. More job cuts at an industrial giant.
General Electric is laying off up to 20% of its U.S. workers in its onshore wind unit. That would mean hundreds of workers. GE is restructuring the business, which Reuters says is dealing with weak demand, rising costs, and supply chain delays. It's also cutting staff at the unit in Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa. GE tells Reuters it is streamlining the business in response to market realities. Onshore wind is one of GE's largest renewable businesses, though analysts say it is dealing with high costs. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
The family of the victim in the murder case chronicled in the podcast Serial is asking Maryland's appellate court to halt Adnan Syed's court case pending the family's appeal of a judge's overturning of Syed's murder conviction. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. What am I supposed to do here? It's the APL thing? American President Lines. A global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com of the World Wide Web. The question is, have you looked at a Nissan lately? I need you to do that right now because we've got, number one, some great deals for you, including, how about this, 2.99% APR or $1,000 worth of free gasoline. Did you see where West Texas crude was again? $88, $89 here. Price of gas going to be going up soon, kids. So build in a little bit of elasticity in that budget and get yourself that $1,000 worth of free gas. Take a look at the Kicks, the Rogue, the Frontier, the Sentra, and the Versa next time you are hanging out with the folks at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Want to make sure I got everything straight in my head. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. And it's one of those things where it's like, this thing has been planned out for weeks. I got a note from somebody over at Staywell said, hey, you got some time to talk about some stuff about Staywell on the radio? I said, absolutely. Come on by. When's good? Now, this is like early September. And they said, how about, I don't know, first week of October? I know we're going to get the cameras all pointed off in the right direction. Hold on a second, Maureen. I need you to pull that all the way over to where you are. No, closer, and then I got to adjust it. Sorry, I wasn't doing that. You know why? I should have done this during the news, but I didn't have a chance to, primarily because we were talking about our kids. Her son, my daughter, classmates for a lot of years back in the day, right? So what's your boy's name?
Nathan Sablan.
Nathan, okay.
Yes.
Maureen Sablan is in the studio. And we've got a couple of different companies going on, and I'm going to try to keep all of this straight in my head. So we've got Staywell and Home Insurance. Is that right?
Island Home Insurance.
Island Home Insurance. You know, back in the day, there used to be Island Home Improvement and Island Home this and that. Any relation?
No.
No, it's not. So it's Island Home Insurance. So tell me about the nature of the company. I've known major awards and that kind of thing. But what is the nature of this company here? We've got Staywell on one side and Island Home Insurance on the other. Where are the similarities? Where are the differences?
Yes, Island Home Insurance Company is the insurance carrier
Mhm.
that underwrites the stable plans in Guam and the CNMI. Now, it doesn't have all the expertise to administer its products, right? So it works with an affiliate, Stable Guam,
Mhm.
which is the third-party administrator and agent. So Island Home is the insurance company, and Stable Guam is the administrator.
Okay. All right. Now I'm saying okay, like I understand, but I don't completely. Let me give it to you like this. Okay, I'm a Staywell customer, and so how is my policy with Staywell? Where do I go? This for Staywell, this for Island Home Insurance.
Yes, so you have your health insurance. When you go to your doctor,
Mhm.
Island Home Insurance pays for your bills, pays for your claims.
Uh-huh.
Now you need servicing, you need help with customer service. You talk to your marketing representatives. That's Staywell.
Okay. All right. So, all right. I got it. You're a little bit more back of the house, and Staywell is the lady that gets the phone call when Ray is over at Akimoto's place getting seen for a kidney infection and all of that. So, all right. So we got the car, and then you work behind them, all of the administrative details, duties, and the like. Essentially. Okay, got it. All right. Well, I'm going to try to get a little bit more information about how all of this works. What's the big deal, Maureen, with Staywell these days? A newspaper today has got a story about accreditation. So get real close to the microphone and tell me what this accreditation is all. And it seems to me like everybody is getting accredited. Did we not just have some great news coming out of GRMC about how the incredible job that they do with strokes and stroke interdiction? So we've got another kind of accreditation with you guys. Tony?
Okay, now the significance is the two organizations went through the rigorous process of dual accreditation, and that is to elevate its performance and meet the best practices for care and safety. So you hear about service providers, organizations, health plans saying, oh, we're accredited, we provide the best quality health care. But what Staywell and Island Home did is we took a step further, right? We didn't only accredit the insurance company, we also accredited the administrator to make sure that all the service processes are evaluated as well, not just the insurance plan.
Right.
So someone will say, oh, I provide the best quality care, but until someone objectively, a third party measures that, evaluates that, you can't really say.
When you go through these accreditation processes, and I'm going to assume that there's a whole lot of work that goes into it, and you get inspected, and guys fly out from the States, and they're going to look through this, that, and the other. But I'm also going to assume that there is a self-inspection checklist that you can go through. This is the basics. Here's what we are going to be looking for. You don't need us for the accreditation step just yet. Before you get into that, we think it might be a good idea for you to go through these processes and these practices in your company. If they exist, they need to exist at this level. If they don't exist, you've got to wish them into existence, right?
Right. It takes a lot of preparation. We had to do a self-assessment prior to that, gap analysis and everything, before we consider ourselves ready for that actual on-site survey, which involved peers, the experts, professionals, physicians, nurses, who will now evaluate our operations. Everything from claims processing.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of interesting. It cuts across a huge swath of a number of industries that at one point you go, well, they're related, and other times you go, well, maybe they're not related here. Because I know a thing or two about the insurance business. I know a thing or two about healthcare, having been alive for 60 years. But it seems to me that you wonder about where the similarities are, and where you're going to have somebody that you go, wow, what's he doing here? He's not in healthcare or in the insurance industry.
Right. And so the significance of this milestone is that they did not only look at our insurance plan itself, but the delegates, the entities where we delegate work and service, people who interact with our members directly, providers who service our members, people who manage our appeals.
To what degree do you, I was going to say, so your accreditation process, that's solely you, but I mean, to what degree now do these graders, if you will, go out to your actual providers, your doctors and your clinics and things like that, and make sure that they are up to best practices to stand up on the promises that you guys are making?
Yes, 30 days before they come in, they reach out. They ask us to announce and give notices to providers, and they give their contact information. We publish it in the newspaper. These guys are ready. They want to hear from you. They want to hear about Stay Well if you have any concerns. And then whatever they receive, the feedback they get from the providers, then they work on that. They address these things. And when they come in here on site, it's really up to the surveyor. They have the ability to look into our documents, documentation. They see how we interact with our providers. They evaluate how we like recruit these providers, what their credentials are, and they look at the actual paperwork of these providers.
Well, you got to be kind of in a brave guy position, because you are basically opening up all of your books to external scrutiny.
That's part of the critical review that they do.
Right.
Which
how long did it take?
About 2 years to prepare for.
Oh wow, significant.
Well, the pandemic kind of influenced it a bit, right?
Yeah, well, Biden says we're out of that. Let me take that and run with that as a topic for just a second. Think about where we were in 2019 and what people's expectations were for healthcare providers, health insurance for themselves. How much has COVID changed all of that? I mean, has anybody got a yardstick on the significance of the changes and customer expectations since COVID? And I need you to get closer to the microphone, if you don't mind. Right into it. I want to be able to hear everything.
Yes, very much. I think every industry was impacted by this COVID, but particularly the healthcare industry. There were new things that are now being done that weren't being done before. Now you're more familiar with remote physician visits. You have telehealth, telemedicine, and then you have to, of course, be more proactive.
Which is kind of interesting, because there was a time where it was pulling teeth to get people to get behind telemedicine.
True.
And there were a lot of people that they didn't trust it, or I don't know. I want to be in the same room with my doctor, with my provider. I want to be able to do all of that stuff. And COVID necessitated the disconnect between all of that. And I think maybe there were a lot of people that were hesitant about it now that embrace it.
They had to.
Yeah. A matter of practicality.
The pandemic, they didn't have any option, and they were looking at us to give them assistance. What are our options now? We can't really go to the clinic directly. But now that the pandemic is close to an end, I would say.
No, it's over. Biden said. The President Joe Biden said just before he told all the marijuana guys.
Emergency period. So.
Well, yes, the governor is still in the public health emergency, but don't get me started on that. So there are other things that came along with COVID, and I want to say among them were, and you guys are feeling this in the insurance business, where we all had our rate cards before, and all the numbers looked about right, and then all of a sudden you start talking to your providers, and their costs have gone through the roof as a result of COVID-19. Then you got supply chain issues and all of this other stuff, and I've got to imagine that has made it so in the back rooms of Stay Well, in the back rooms of Island Home Insurance, you had to make some pretty tough decisions and some pretty quick decisions to deal with all of these almost volcanic eruptions in costs.
Indeed, it's more difficult to maintain that balance now. Balance the rising healthcare costs, which has been rising ever since, but the pandemic kind of
certainly
made that
magnified
more
it.
significant. And then the clients, on the other hand, those that purchase the health benefits, like there are challenges in affording the premiums, but providers need to increase their rates. So how do you balance that?
I don't know. What did they tell you in insurance school? because the premiums are going to have to go up because the cost of the services that are behind those premiums are going up. How much has it changed the actuarials as well? I mean, if you're not familiar with the insurance business, it is a heavily data-intensive business, and there are all kinds of surveillance means and mechanisms on everybody from birth to death and a variety of different health conditions, wellness conditions here. How has that changed? How are you dealing with that?
Heavily regulated too.
And
so even
regulation.
if you want to increase your rate, every year you have to file and justify with the insurance commission what rates you want to charge for the following year.
Yeah.
right? So it's heavily regulated, and that's part of the balance, part of the mix that we have to deal with every year.
Anybody talking about caps?
When you say caps,
When I'm say caps on premiums, or is it still pretty much what the market can withstand?
It's determined by the market, because you may want to put in caps as well, but you consider what the market is able to price.
So going back to your the accreditation story, I know from personal experience that not all of your providers are on Guam. How were the providers when they went through the accreditation process? Say off-island providers, my Medical City, my St. Luke's, or whatever. How were they approached by your accrediting teams?
Yes, they are subjected to the same standards.
Ah.
So one chapter of that accreditation process focused solely on provider credentialing.
Mhm.
So they had to make sure that when we were processing and recruiting these providers, we complied with the minimum guidelines that they had.
Right.
So everything from us verifying their certificates, their licenses, whether they're nationally accredited as well. They look into these things, and they check if they're complying with HIPAA, like all these federal laws that we're supposed to
I don't
follow.
pay any attention to that. I take pictures of people in the clinics and post them online. No, I'm kidding, but I'll maintain some degree of privacy on all of that. Accreditation over at Staywell and Island Home Insurance. I keep wanting to say improvement, but Island Home Insurance is effective now. How long are you accredited, and when do you have to start the process over?
Yeah, it's every 3 years.
Oh, but it took you 2 to get here.
Right, because that's the
Okay,
initial-
but as you said, COVID also there was a reason for some of the delays. But once we've got how do I want to say this? Once you've got your groove on, it's a continuous process, right? Right. Okay. Are there any other insurance companies that are likewise accredited here?
Yes, like I said, you hear about insurance companies are accredited.
Uh-huh.
That's why we took it a step further. Even our third-party administrator secured that accreditation. So it's dual.
Oh, right.
Dual accreditation.
Going back to COVID times and patient times, I think one of the things that maybe we have learned, and thankfully a growing number of people seem to be gravitating towards, is paying attention to their own personal health and wellness. Now, I'm not going to say that people were kind of letting things slide and having too many cheat days. Well, we know better. People were taking too many cheat days. They were, letting their personal health slide. In 2022, as we have COVID in the rearview mirror, I'm seeing a lot more people taking up healthy activities. I see more people in the gyms. I see more people walking and running. I see more people that are looking at the grocery stores at the contents of whatever it is that they're buying. I'm sure that's something that you encourage over at Staywell. How will you continue to encourage healthy lifestyles?
Yes, we're seeing them going back. They're going back to the gyms.
Mhm.
We are resuming our on-site wellness programs, where we work with our providers and then go to the workplace, and that's where we conduct health, wellness activities, education.
How do you define wellness? I've been reading up on this. There's a growing body of information out there. McKinsey, if you will, they've recently done a report on wellness as a priority for so many individuals. And maybe it was because of COVID-19, or maybe there's just a lot of people that are very interested in it now. They say the millennials are going to be the next big players in this game, and they're going to be looking for something beyond just, here's the insurance, this is who I call when I get sick. They're going to be looking at all kinds of different versions of wellness, including sleep health, and personal health obviously is going to be in there, and then you've got some of the more holistic stuff, the yogas and mindfulness and things like that. Are you feeling over at Staywell? Are you feeling like that's beginning to expand into broader categories? Are you seeing different trends and desires from your customers?
You got it right there. It's like the spectrum, but they're gravitating towards well-being now. So it's not just wellness; it's holistic.
Yes,
the term you use. So we're not only seeing people asking for like fitness and gym activities. We're now looking at mental health, relaxation, holistic, like what you said.
Okay, well, let me throw another H word in here, homeopathic. We go back to your providers, you go back to your customers, and a lot of the customers are going, okay, I don't want to get into the pharmaceutical realm here. I don't want to get into any kind of heavy prescription drugs. Frankly, can I get crystals over at that place across from Chili's in Tamuring? They get that crystal store. No, if you had a daughter, you'd know. But anyway, so you got a teenage son. You got a teenage daughter, you know about the Crystals place over there. But there's a lot of people that, want to take care of some of their health issues by chewing on vitamins and going and finding more homeopathic remedies. Is that something that your adjudicators and the people that put together your accreditation, do they look at that as part of that health spectrum?
They look at the wellness program in general. So
I
they look
see.
at the components. They have minimum guidelines, but it's up to the health plans to really tailor what wellness program they would want to give to their clients. As long as the minimum requirements are met, they're good.
It's an interesting conversation that we've got here. Anthony Mendiola, not that one, the other one, is in the studio. I want to thank you guys for coming in here. I know that there's a lot going on. There's a big get together with you guys here coming up in a couple of weeks, right?
Today we're actually having a resolution, right? Yeah.
Okay, more on that. Well, again, thanks very much for swinging by here. And if we missed anything in the conversation, now is the time to fill it in. Was there anything else that you wanted your Stay Well customers and other members of the insurance family to know?
Yes, Ray, thank you so much. I'd like to just recognize our employees for all the work that they've done these past 2 years.
Oh, my God, it has to have been Herculean. A little closer to the microphone.
Very important for us to recognize our employees. We're very happy for the work that they've contributed to get this accreditation. Anthony's team has done a wonderful job. Our president is very proud of Stable's accomplishments.
Oh, but it sounds like it's a continuous job, as most of them have to be. Ask anybody over at Guam Memorial Hospital; they were once upon a time accredited, and who knows, maybe down the road they will. But my recollection was it lines up with yours. There's a lot of moving parts to accreditation, and I'm so glad that you guys were able to do this. And as a Stay Well customer, I'm going to say thanks very much. I appreciate it, and I hope I never need it. Is that the right way to say it? I hope I never need it, but it's always nice to know that when I do, you guys are there, whether I have my card on me or not, which is usually the bigger problem. I'll go someplace and say, "Do you have your insurance card?" I think I'm in the system. Just look me up. Here's my birthday. Look me up. And I think that's another part of the accreditation process is how do we make sure that we, even if they don't have the credentials, how do we ensure that we're getting the right services to the right guys?
Right.
All right.
To be available.
Well, you guys come back anytime you want to. 9:25 Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon is loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hangry.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Happy day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title. A power of attorney can be a useful tool in a real estate transaction, but if abused, it can result in devastating loss. Choosing your representative should be done with the utmost care and should be very specific about the powers being granted. To mitigate loss, the team at Security Title confirms with the owner prior to using a power of attorney to sell the property. Each transaction is unique. Let the professionals at Security Title use our experience to facilitate a secure closing. We are here to help.
Victim Advocates Reaching Out is celebrating its 40th anniversary by hosting its inaugural Purple Gala on October 15 at 6 p.m. in the Nico Hotel. Vero is a nonprofit that assists victims of domestic abuse, rape, and traumatic events. Proceeds from the event will benefit victim services like emergency shelter, food, clothing, and necessities. Tickets are $100 each. Call 477-5552 to purchase or make a donation. Special thank you to our generous supporters and the stations of choice broadcasting.
Hey, Alexa, stream The Point. I'm wondering if at my house, one of the other radios in the background is talking to the Alexa, and wondering if it's working. You know, we got a little promo that talks about that from time to time, and somebody had reached out to me and said, "Well, I've been telling Alexa to stream The Point, and nothing happens." You might need to go in to the app and set up, what do they call it? It's a skill. They call it a skill. So set that up, and then you shouldn't have a problem. And generally, after I've given that set of instructions, it just didn't fit in the promo. Sorry. Maybe we need to do a no. And I was thinking about it. I want to take the beginning of that You know how it starts off with, we're already Pika's best, and I don't want to stop it and then have you say, and we want to be Pika's best in 2022.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Just go from transition from one to the other. I'm sorry, a little bit too much inside baseball here. 9:20.
Just vote.
Yeah, just vote.
Don't
Well,
forget to vote.
that's where I was going to get to here is do me a favor, go to Guam PDN or PDN Guam, whatever it is, / Best of Guam. And that will take you to the voting site. If you follow me on Facebook, and I think the post might be on Instagram as well, if you just click on that, it will take you to the services area of the Pika's Best thing. And that's where you can give us a vote. We're Pika's Best for 2021. I'd love to likewise be Pika's Best in 2022. So make that happen for me. With a little bit of urging, I was able to convince the people over at the PDN to return to a category that they used to do years ago, which was best personality.
Oh.
I won it every year.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I did. And then they stopped doing that kind of survey thing. But anyway, it was nice while it lasted, and I said, you should put that back in. And they said, okay, that's a good idea. And so I'm likewise vying for favorite personality. And here's the deal, guys. In my heart of hearts, can I tell you what my blood, my honest feelings are about this? Okay, first of all, we got to get rid of that god-awful, butt-ugly chain link fence on Marine Corps Drive. That is number one. Number two, there's a part of me that really wants to win for the best radio personality, but then there's a part of me that really wants the other guys to win. You got Kyle Mandapat. Who works under Choice Broadcasting now. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that like him, and I'll tell you right now, he works harder than I do. And then you got Daryl Lizam, another guy who works really hard. He does his morning show over there, playing some cool tunes from the 80s and whenever. And then you can always find him underneath a Pala Pala or something. Wait a second. Somebody just sent me that didn't make it through Wordle today. I'm sorry. I should have helped. I did send this person not the word, but just a warning for those of you that have not done Wordle today. Here's your warning: double letter, and they're not side by side. Double letter, not side by side, and it's a word that has many homonyms. Do you remember what a homonym is?
Homonyms.
It's like homeopathy and holistic. It's another H word. You say a lot of H words, people think you're smart. Dr. Ron McNitch knows all about that. Hey, good morning, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, how's it, Ray? How's it going?
What's been up to, man? I haven't heard from you in an entire day.
Yeah, it's been a couple of days. How about the real Joe for best radio personality?
Aw.
Well,
I'm running as
he
a
was
write-in.
not nominated.
I'm a write-in.
He's
I'm trying to help Ray, man.
I'm sorry. We're taking a look at the Guam Code annotated, and there are no write-ins allowed in the Pika's
bummer.
Best Awards. Yeah, sorry about that. You have to be either me or Daryl or we've got Kyle. Albert Wan is in there. Albert Wan is the guy that trained me to be a radio guy in the summer of 78, 79. Back in those days, in a trailer in Barragata, I'd just been hired to work with Ed Poppy over at K Stereo, and they said, "Do you have any experience?" And I said, "No, I don't. I know how to listen to the radio." And the guy said, "You know what? We're going to put you. You're going to love this shift. It's weekends, overnights. Oh, wow. So you get to work the graveyard shift." And what you learned, Doc, in the graveyard shift, Real Joe knows this, is there's a certain amount, and there's a lot of it, crazy at night. There's a lot of people that up in the middle of the night, and they're just looking for somebody to talk to, and you call the radio station, and there's a friendly voice on the other end of the phone, and taking requests, and sometimes talking guys out of suicide. There was a lot of those important moments back in the day. Anyway, so here it is, Friday, and looking forward to an adventurous weekend. What do you got lined up?
Yeah, just keeping busy with stuff, and No, well, actually, we get off next week at UOG. It's like the mid-semester break.
Oh? Are you wait a second. Question number one, are you working Monday? Because Monday is, some people have a holiday, some people don't. It's like Discovery Day or Columbus Day or Indigenous People Day, whatever level of political correctness you're in.
Yeah, we're off Monday, I think.
I hate you. No, and the reason why I'm saying that is there's some friends of mine are getting married on Sunday, and I want to be there all the way through the last chicken dance. I want to be there.
Man.
I want to be dancing right up in the last cha-cha slide, right?
Oh my goodness.
Well, me and Lulian Guerrero, the two best cha-cha slide dancers on Guam, hands down. In fact, maybe forget the debates. Can we forget the debates? What we ought to do is have a cha-cha slide challenge.
Dance off.
Dance off, bro. Dance off till your pants off. Whatever. And so Lou versus Felix, and that's how we will determine who's gonna be the governor of Guam. Because I'm not sure if this election thing is going to work. I don't know if they're going to be able to excite enough people between the two campaigns to get 55,000 people to get out there and vote.
Well, I think we're going to be lucky to get 30.
It's atrocious. That's not enough people determining the future of the island, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really low energy campaign cycle. I mean, there's just not any excitement at all. Nobody has any enthusiasm at all.
As I've been saying that. Come on, we need to get some Hollywood in here. We got to get some Action Jackson double transaction kind of crazy. I want it to feel like roller derby. I want it to feel like what do they do that with the thing with the car, the junkyard derby where they get the cars smashed into each other.
Right. Demolition Derby.
Demolition Derby.
There you go.
Thank you. Sorry, long COVID. They're words that they're at the tip of my tongue and I can't get them out. Which is the death for a DJ, right?
Right. Yeah, this is, part of, it can change fast though. I mean, it can really shift up really fast if it wants
right.
to. But I believe part of it is due to the early voting phenomenon. And that is we're allowing people to early vote now, and it's taken all of the punctuality out of the
Okay, I know where your head is at here. This is where Ron's head is. We have always been able to, over the course of the last millennia, before the general election, be able to count on that long weekend prior, where you've got Friday, Saturday, and then All Souls Day, where families are getting together and they're all exchanging information, intel. Hey, have you heard? What's the latest? Gossip from the political scene. And when you've got early voting and you've got literally thousands of people. What if you say 30,000? What are we talking about here? That's 8% of the voting population that are not going to be interacting in that last weekend.
Yeah, it takes all the air out of the sails of the election, and it's just enough to make it kind of boring.
Well, and as we're already pointing out, I think there's a whole lot of a lack of, and it's another week that goes by. Monday, I'm going to ask Jimmy if Monday he's going to start campaigning for the Congress job, because he's still doing stuff. Yep, here it is. Honorable Lulian Guerrero, Governor of Guam, construction of road near Untalan Middle School, blah 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 blah. And I'm going, you know what? This is a local issue. And your time for local issues has got to stop. You're running against Judy Wanpat. And the name is familiar because her father, who was a congressman, was the first of the representatives from Guam back in the day. They named an airport after him, for heaven's sakes. And you need to start taking this a lot more seriously, guys. Just saying what's happening out loud. But I got to ask you this. I started the word debate, and so. I don't know if you saw the page 6 gushing of butthurt from Philly and Guerrero on behalf of all the different groups that are out there because Felix and Tony didn't want to be in their debates. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think that there's a few angles to this, and one is that there is an overall lack of a journalism community on Guam. And so, there's no Micronesian Society of Journalists and groups like that.
Well, you know what? Having been a member of the journalist, that chapter once upon a time, many, many years ago, I thought they were a knife and fork league, and I think there was a whole lot too much academia in there, and not enough actual working journalists for a particular time. And I remember when at least one newsroom, this would be the cable TV newsroom, was under attack by a guy that used to work for Sonny Shelton. I can't remember his name, but they were looking to franchise cable TV on Guam, which meant that as part of the franchise deal, they'd be able to go in and kind of peek over and see what was going on in the newsroom. And we tried to fight that, and we were hoping for the help of the Micronesian journalism, or whatever they were, the press club, for lack of a better phrase, and they voted to take no action on it. And I thought, well, wait a second. And as it turns out, the reason why they did that was because none of them liked the cable news operation. They all came from second and third rate newsrooms, and they were happy for the competition.
Yeah, John Morvan, I think, was the guy that was under attack at that time.
Oh, the entire company was.
Yeah, it was a weird time. That was over video poker gaming, if I recall.
Well, Lee Holmes was, if anything, a good strategy guy, and he figured, okay, if you're going to come after us and jeopardize our journalistic integrity here with this franchise law, then why don't we take a look at what's going on in gambling?
Right.
And then the rest of it is kind of history that the handful of people might actually remember. Many of the big players in that game were, frankly, are dead right now. 9:39. But I'm looking over this thing going, wow, is the group's reacting to Camacho's absence and all of this stuff. And there's any number of people that are, their hair is on fire, I think, kind of unnecessarily. I'd like to see more debates, but what? If the guys don't want to do the debates, the guys don't want to do the debates. What's the big deal?
Yeah, and in fact, if I was challenged to a debate and agreed to it, and then my opponent didn't show up, do what Chris Barnett did today.
Oh my God! Yes,
he got the solo rendition, effect of a debate, which is the way to go when you have three other people you're supposed to talk against.
Well, and you do the empty chair debate.
Right.
You do the empty chair debate, or you bring up the next best player. Look, we can't get the governor and lieutenant governor candidates to come up and debate us on this stage, but we have found others who might be able to, in their place, surrogate for them.
And just to quote a little paraphrase Chinese philosophy, people should be very, very careful about what they wish for.
Depending on who you think won the last debate, and it might have actually been the last debate. I don't know how many more they're going to be able to get in the next 32 days, but I don't know. I just think the predictable and almost comedic response to all of this is quite amusing to me. And there's even a letter to the editor in today's Guam Daily Post from Manielo and Marianas. It reacts to the snub. And I'm going, wait a second, the snub? I mean, it's not like they got ghosted. What did the guy say? Thank you for the invitation to participate in your event. We regret to inform you that former Governor Felix Camacho and Senator Tony Atta will be unable to attend. The campaign wishes you the very best in supporting the educational needs of the community during this 2022 general election cycle. That doesn't sound like snubbery. That just sounds like, yeah, we looked at we don't want to go.
In early November, the great debate's going to happen at the field house at the University of Guam. It's going to be the best debate ever. We're going to have a wonderful time, and we've done it every 4 years, and both teams have confirmed, and it's going to be fabulous.
Well, how many debates do we need? Maybe that ought to be the question. How many debates do we need? And you're right. There was always the great debate, and it's like football players in the preseason. Right? Do we really want to get out there and play our hearts out, play our guts out, risk injury, risk the opportunity for a misstatement or some kind of a gaffe, or are we going to wait and practice the hell out of our responses in what would be the great debate?
The great debate will be at the field house. It's going to be fabulous. It's just like a rock star concert. I mean, it's just absolutely wonderful. That's the debate. It's not a small gathering over coffee.
Right.
This is the WWF event of the season.
Oh, this is the one where the names are made in the political arena, and my recollection is Felix never really had a hard time at any of the great debates. Hell, he beat Robert Underwood twice. How's that?
Well, it could be said that Robert Underwood lost twice. It's a great debate.
Well, just saying. I know what the results of those elections were. Can I ever tell you one of my favorite Uncle Robert jokes? He'd come over right after it was an election that Mono lost, unfortunately, and he came over and visited me at the radio station, and he says, "Man, I really feel bad about Mono losing." I said, "It's okay, Uncle Robert. She's not the first person in the family to lose an election." But you know what? We're tight like that. I can get away with those kind of shenanigans with my Uncle Robert. At least I hope I can. 9:43, and you're right. Congratulations and props to Chris Barnett for not snubbing the Rotary Club of Guam, getting in there, being the only guy to show up, and that means that he had all of the microphone time with a bunch of people that are movers and shakers around here, and can help direct him to matters of influence and fundraising. So way to go, Chris. And to the degree that he's running as a Democrat, I think many of the answers that he dropped at yesterday's Rotary meeting might have been just as appealing to the many conservatives that might be in that room.
Daryl Chris Barnett for Speaker.
Whoa. Not like he's got any experience in front of a microphone, you know what I mean? 9:44. Doc, you have a terrific day. I'm getting ready to start thinking about how I'm going to kill the rest of the show and make my way into a weekend.
Have a great day.
I will. I intend to. 888-8255-888-TALK. That's the phone number around here. I have not had the opportunity in a long time to see who's been playing around. Frankly, the last time I took a look at what was going on the YouTube side, the Facebook side, last thing I saw was James Howard, who was daring me to touch her hair.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a feeling that this is going to be one of the most rewatched episodes of the Ray Gibson show.
Sniff hair, Ray, than it is to touch it.
Yeah. That's why I put up a meme while we were doing our selfies. Whoa, who've we got listening? Sao Paulo in Brazil, online here with us this morning. Likewise, Metro Manila in the Philippines.
Oh, mabuhay.
Mabuhay. Always nice to have you guys there. Earlier, I was talking about it being Scott Bakula's birthday, and people chiming in like I'm some kind of idiot. How do you not know that's the guy from Quantum Leap?
Oh, yeah.
Is that helping
the
you?
Guy?
He was apparently also in one of those Star Trek spinoffs that I didn't watch.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So you know who gave me that information?
Who?
Doug Moylan.
Oh,
yeah,
of course.
He was in Star Trek Enterprise TV series, currently CSI, I believe. Mike Sablon online, Dave Dinsman, Jose Martinez, buenos and half a day to Chilorna Fritas Laron. Not sure if she's still there because it is kind of late in the program. Vince Polino, who said Doug Moylan is Jimmy Neutron. I'm going to have to look up some pictures. There's cousin Johnny Martinez there, Dave Rowley, Mike Grace Blas, who else? Dave, no, I already said his name. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsitsu, Buenos and half a day. What's that? Jerome McDonald says gas on Guam is $4.90 a gallon. It's $5.39 here in California. What's going on? Well, you guys are getting ripped off. About 55 cents of that $5.39 a gallon are taxes and fees that are going right back into, I have no idea. Just whatever the pit is of California governance, but that's a whole lot of that is there. Stephen B. Cruz, Buenos and half a day. Hey, there's my bro Alan Balbin, Ferdinand Soriano, and Rosario Santos online, Ike Iseki, Albert Manley watching the program, EOD Kaboom.
Hot wives.
That's what we say about EOD guys, man. Chris Barnes, good to have Doris, Marie, Tidinko, Lewis, and Jess Cruz. Like whatever. Who's the new names here? Ray, Focus Ray. I was focused, Vince.
Yeah,
I was
man.
totally focused.
He was,
in
and I was
the interview.
watching out for him, too.
Exactly. Rico Blancaflor with with an interesting, oh my God, Janella, don't read the comments. Please stay away from the comments. Greg Basnight is online. I got Joe Dizon, Ron Castro, Eric Adda, Frank Untalan, Damian Koo, that's Khoo. I see you, bud. Kristen Lombard, nice to see you online. Is that of the famous, and everybody in the Lombard family is good looking?
I'm sure.
These guys have just got
100%,
the most special DNA on the planet.
Family.
Can you right-click just in case it's not? I don't know. 888-8255 is the phone number here. Wait, hold on. I just want to get to the end of all of this. Greg Karabrock is there. Vincent Polino. Yeah, the government alphabet soup can get a little bit confusing. NCIS is pertinent to me being a Navy brat. Okay. Speaking of brats, who's on the phone?
It's Jack.
My bro! It's my brother Jack on the line. God, it's late on a Friday morning, man. I love this. This is like fiesta time as far as I'm concerned. What you up to, bud?
I'm the fiesta brat worst. Talk shows. But hey, I was just calling in, man, just to tell back. Let's see, you talked about rising gases in California, and I really wanted to call in because I heard you about the Chinese infiltration here in Guam.
The spies, yes, the spies that are leaking into the island, and everybody's treating it, like just look, it's a bunch of people on a boat coming in from Saipan. We better find out what they're up to and where they're from, and figure out how we can help these guys. We need to.
I don't agree with that.
We need to go. We need to go find somebody. Where's the rubber hoses and waterboarding people? Do we have any of those guys here?
I don't agree with that assumption there, and I already told you about that. But I want to go to the gas thing first. The reason why gas prices are so high in California is that, when I left California, there was they called it the earthquake series. It was, I think, back in probably before around 1990, 1989.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. New York has got the subway series, and in California, it was the California teams.
Yeah, but there was a big earthquake, and a bridge fell down. And at that time, California imposed a 1% tax to help rebuild that freeway. And then they promised that at the end of the reconstruction of that freeway, they would remove the tax.
I know where this is going.
So the reason why gas prices are very high in California is because they make their own gas. I worked for a ethanol company back when I got out of the military over there, and they have a different blend of gas, and it's just refined in California. And the problem is that during the pandemic, these refineries, they have to just like the power plants, they need to shut down for maintenance. And during the course of the pandemic, they couldn't shut down, so they had to keep running. Now it comes down to they're coming back to shutting down, and because they refine their own kind of blends and fuels, prices are going to go up because of the demand.
Dave Dinsman online says gas is expensive because they're trying to kill fossil fuels and gasoline and oil out there.
Well, that's one cause, but like I said, I back in when I got out of the military, I worked for Golden Cheese. We refined our own ethanol out there as a byproduct of the lactose from the cheese. You don't want to flush that stuff down the drain because it increases BOD. That's how I know about effluents. That's how I know about evaporators. That's how I know about distillery. And so, we manufactured a pharmaceutical and fuel grade. It's called fuel grade alcohol, which is added to the gas. Now, when you look at the gas pumps here in Guam, it says methanol, and what we produced over there was ethanol. And so, it's a byproduct of cheese and stuff like that, and the refineries will come in and pick it up, and it depends whether it's going to pharmaceutical. It goes to a pharmaceutical plant. If it goes to a refinery for gas or petrol,
I get the point. I get the point.
But anyways, that's the big problem in California.
All right, back to the spies.
And now to the spies. They're not spies. If they came from Saipan, more than likely they got biometrics from ICE over there in Saipan. If they don't, then that'll be a concern. But if they have biometrics and they were done over in Saipan, I don't see what the big problem is. I mean, like I said, I'm craving for a great plate of Yang Chow fried rice. And
Somebody said Old Town at Anderson.
It needs to be sewn. So I'm great there. There are probably some great seamstress. I got a lot of stuff. You got some stuff that needs work at home. Some of us needs HVAC personnel. Some of us needs construction, man. I mean, let's put these people to work. I'm quite sure they are skilled labor.
I appreciate your view on that. I just want to be the 10th man. Did you ever watch that Z Nation movie? Right, with that good-looking guy, he goes out around the world. He's flying, he survives plane crashes and stuff like that. Meets this guy in Israel, and then somebody's got to be the 10th man. Somebody has got to say there's something hinky about this, and please don't sweep this under the rug. It requires somebody with maybe a darker view of the world to take a look at what's in front of him.
Listen, if Eric Swalwell, a congressman that sits on the national security. In Congress, if he can't get busted for cohorting with a known spy, if Hunter Biden can't get anything done on his behalf, for his affiliation with the Chinese, what makes you think? I mean,
but it doesn't make me feel you've just found a way to make me feel even more uncomfortable about this with everything else that's going on and the links between the president of the United States and China and Ukraine, etc. Yeah,
listen, and then the Chinese have their own satellites. Okay, they have their own satellites. It's over Guam right now.
So how did they miss Ritidian then? How did they miss Ritidian and find themselves down at Pago?
They know everything about you, Rick, so they have their own satellites. I'm quite sure they wanted some low intel stuff like that.
Right.
They're not sending. I mean, it's not that kind.
Believe it, it's all true. Jack, I got to run. I got to fill in a couple of blanks before I get out of here. I'll see you later.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Have a good weekend, buddy. 9:55. All right. Do I need to take a break?
You could, man.
I mean, I don't need to, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got
spies, man.
They're spies. They're just somebody look at it from those terms and think about everything else that's going on in the world. You think about the comments that guys like Admiral Nicholson are making about what's happening in the region here, and I just like I said, rubber hoses, sleep
Bamboo
deprivation,
under the fingernails. Yeah.
Well, I'm not waterboarding in the least.
Okay.
It's not lethal, but it just freaks people out.
All right.
I'm just remember in the James Bond movie where the guy took the bottom of the chair out?
Yes.
Yes. No, I'm saying that's a little bit too far. But anyway, if you're looking for something to celebrate today, National Diversity Day, Frappe Day, Inner Beauty Day, and World Smile Day. All. You might put the pictures of Janella back up there, don't you? It is also coming into the weekend, International Lesbian Day.
Yay.
We're lesbians, aren't we?
I am.
Chess.
Trapped in this man's body.
Chess Day. But if you really want to hold out for the good stuff, Sunday. Nobody cares about this. Fire Prevention Day, blah, blah, blah. Sneakers Day.
Come on, man.
Okay. Look, as long as I'm not holding a match, that was what fire prevention was back in the day.
Yeah.
Does Ray Gibson have a lighter? No? Okay, we're safe. On Sunday, it's International Beer and Pizza Day. Now I don't know
we're talking.
I don't know what your numbers are. They've recently, somebody probably in the pizza business found that Americans eat pizza on average 4.3 times a month, or about once a week. About once a week. The survey found 83% of respondents counted pizza as among their favorite foods. Pepperoni, the favorite topping. 38% of respondents naming it as their preferred topper. Anchovies were the least favorite because it's stinky. Yeah. 34% say they are not fans of the anchovy topping. New York-style thin crust pizza is the favorite pizza style, with 38% choosing it from a variety of the others that are out there. There's deep dish style pizza. And
Chicago.
Oh my God. And then there's the kind that Sister Roberta used to make over at Cathedral Grade School back in the day. And you don't love me because you haven't sent me, Sister Roberta, Sister Bubble Butts, the recipe for the pizza that they made at Cathedral Grade School when I was but a lad.
She was the sweetest lady, too.
Oh, my God, still.
Kindest.
9:57. Now, last Saturday, was it Saturday? It was Saturday. Yeah, last Saturday, I'm over at Carabao. Because you remember we had the Oktoberfest thing?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Here's an opportunity for me to put up another picture on the program, just to remind everybody about the kind of weekend that single guy hanging out in again you might have. Yep, there she is. There she is. As our friend Zach's friend. I don't know her name. He still hasn't given it to me. But anyway, so I was sitting with another friend. Now, mind you, this is October the 1st. For Oktoberfest at Carabao. And I'm sitting with another friend, and, she's talking with the boyfriend, and the boyfriend, all of a sudden, he has one of these moments, oh, my God. And she says, what? He says, you are going to do Sober October.
Oh, great.
You are going to do Sober October, and you're sitting here at Carabao drinking German beer that Ben made last week.
Start tomorrow.
How... And there was a moment of panic. There was a moment of panic, but thankfully I was there. I was there with her to assuage the situation, to calm things down. And I said, it's October 1st here, but it's still September in the States.
Oh, the peacemaker.
You're okay. You're okay. We're just, for the rest of the day, we're on California time.
Wingman.
For the rest of the day, we're on Hawaii time. Okay.
You're the wingman of the year.
There it is. So you can at the end of whatever it is that you're going to be doing today, begin your Sober October. And the reason why I bring it up now is because I got my hands on there's actual stories that are going on about Sober October and how a sober lifestyle trend is going. And I intend to read all of this stuff over a couple of beers.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit later on.
Good luck on that.
I will give you a full report come Monday. It'll be all right. Yeah, we're working on Monday, and if you aren't, I hate you. 10 away from not 10 away, seconds away from 10 o'clock in the morning for Real Joe and Jerry Roberts and Donna D and everybody else that participated. This is Ray Gibson saying thank you so much for listening. Had an absolutely great week. Hope to have a great weekend. I'll try to give you complete reports when it gets to be next time. And so what's the last thing I need to say? Like, share, and go to Pika's and vote for us. I'm not going to be able to nag you into this for 2 whole days. So can you remember on your own? I do appreciate it. Stand by now. 10 o'clock in the morning. We are KUSG. I got you 93.3. This is Point.
101.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Relatives of the California family abducted and found dead are now saying the suspect in their killings, Jesus Salgado, had sent angry text messages or emails about a year ago after working for their trucking company.
Last night, a farm worker found all 4 bodies close together in a field 20 miles away. The Merced County Sheriff did not reveal how they died.
Fox's William Lajeunesse. Investigators are looking for a second person who may have acted as Salgado's accomplice. Police in Las Vegas say a man is in custody after using a large kitchen knife to stab 8 people, 2 fatally, on the Las Vegas Strip. Local reports say some of the victims appeared to be showgirls or street performers. Police said the suspect does not appear to be a Las Vegas resident, and they're working to determine his identity. Another raid by U.S. troops targeting ISIS leaders in Syria.
At 6:23 p.m. local Syria time, U.S. forces conducted an airstrike in northern Syria, killing one of the top 5 ISIS leaders and another responsible for prisoners. This is separate from the daring raid conducted overnight involving U.S. Special Operations Forces in helicopters that landed after midnight in northeast Syria, outside Qamishli, along the Turkish border in Syrian government-controlled territory.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. President Biden is pardoning thousands of Americans convicted of simple possession of marijuana under federal law, and is calling on governors to issue similar pardons for those convicted of state marijuana offenses, which reflect the vast majority